Are we live? Let's find out. Come on. Oh, my audio does sound a bit better, doesn't it? Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one and all. First of all, let me just confirm that you can all hear me. Give me a 5x5 in the comments if you would. Yes, we hear you. Lovely. No, Tiffany, are you taking a piss now? No, there is audio. Don't lie. There's got to be audio. Right, 5x5. Thank you. Alan, how you doing, my man? How you doing? Good to meet you the other day. DJ Ray, Rich Mottershaw, nice to see you, Rich. KP Nuts, Stitch, welcome. Rob C, good evening. Surf, hello. I mean, yeah, sorry, your sound isn't working. Don't behave yourself. In fact, I have, because I've got one of them Stream Deck things now. So I've only got one button set up on it, and it's a mute button. So if I'm talking and I press I'll press it and the sound comes back on. So if that actually worked and there was a little few seconds there where you didn't hear me, then it's working. So let me know. Or better still, if I go la did you hear that? Well, they won't be hiring me for the Sound of Music anytime soon. But yes, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, pucker pucker, motherfucker, as they say. Well, they don't say it anymore. They used to. I'm kind of caged in at the moment because I have a new computer which I'm running this through tonight to test it. But it's not put away properly, and I've got so much sorting out to do with cables and wires and peripherals and everything that I'm kind of hemmed in to a little tiny little spot here. I've got a computer down here, a computer under the table, and I've got very little room to move. And the place is a shithole as well, as you can see. I've got box bags, everything everywhere. It's a nightmare. I did say hello to Marty Lost Souls Paranormal. Maybe you should pay a little bit more attention. Hi Rex, how you doing? Hello Janine. Daniel Sellers, how you doing? Who else we got? Yeah, I got back safe, Alan. It was a nightmare. I got to Bristol Temple Meads, and there was some inconsiderate twat decided that they wanted to trespass on the line, which left us an hour delayed. And by the time we got to the next stations, there was twice as many people wanting to get on, and my anxiety went through the fucking roof. It was horrible, but it's a good thing I had that third of a bottle of Cavossier in that Coca-Cola bottle, because that helped me to get through it a little bit. But yeah, it was a good weekend. I finished the drink by the time I got to Wolverhampton, and yeah, I probably shouldn't have done, but I did. It helped me to cope a little bit more with the amount of people that were getting on. And as we were pulling up, as we were pulling into stations, you had twice as many people wanting to get on, and I was doing everything I could to make sure nobody sat next to me. Do you know what I mean? It almost got to the point where I was going to be picking my nose and wiping it on the seat next to me, just so people wouldn't sit there. It was hard. It was hard work, but yeah, I got back and I'm okay. My head's a little bit battered tonight, so just for everybody that's watching, this may not be a late live stream. I'll see how I go. I've not had any meds for 2 days, and that can cause me some issues. But we'll see how we get on this evening anyway. So yeah, we'll see how we get on, and we'll take it from There. Oh, Carl, really? We've only been on for a couple of minutes and you're going to call me fat. Bless you. Oh, bless you. Oh, dear. Anyway, tonight, because I'm on the new computer, the PAP dedicated t-shirt in Rev server, I've not seen it. I'll have to go and have a look in a minute. Now, I've not got Discord on this computer yet. I've literally plugged this computer in, put a few bits on it, enough to make this work, and that's it. I don't even have Skype on here, and normally I do the phone-ins. And I could do if I'd have used the other computer, but I wanted to test this one and see what the audio and the video's like and everything else. So I will go and have a look. Actually, I'll have a look now. Let's have a look. I think I've got an idea what it's going to be, because I did tell you some stories, didn't I? And let's have a look. Is it actually in the like the general chat bit of his server, like the general chat room? Is it in there, Alan? Yeah, no, it's not that I didn't take my meds. The hospital fucked it all up. The hospital, no, it didn't. The doctors fucked it up. Yes, Slasher, that would be the one. But where is it? I can't find it. I can't find it in general chat room. Somebody will have to tag me on it or something, because I can't find it. But yes, it would be. Oh, you've posted it to our server. Okay, it would be to do with the Slasher. Yes. So let's have a look. Slasher Pap. Oh, you've got it on the right side as well. Oh, brilliant. Oh, fucking awesome. The problem is the problem is a lot of people won't understand that one. There's only a few people that will get that. But that's cool. I like that. In fact, I might have to buy one with that design on, just for me, and private joke between people that are in the know. Need to clear up the confusion over the alert thing for next week. Some wrong information was given out the other night on Glyn's stream. I wasn't watching, so I don't know what information was given out, Stuart. However, if you're able, when I go live with the panel, if you're able to come on, you don't have to come on camera if you don't want to, but if you're able to come on and explain what was said, and we can try and clear that up if we can. It would be helpful if you can get on. Again, you don't need to come on camera. You've been around on the channel for long enough. As long as I know it's you, then I'm more than happy to let you on without coming on your camera and whatnot. If you can, that is. Alan, I do like that one. It's very, as I say, clever. The design, very clever. Again, for the people that are in the know, some people won't, obviously, but it's I do like that. Paul Essex, how you doing? Roger might be best to explain it. Okay, if Roger was on there and Roger knows what was said, then fine. If that's fine. We're going to open the panel soon anyway. Again, I don't know how long I'm going to be on tonight, because my head's a bit wobbly because I've not had my meds for 2 days. I've got to pick them up tomorrow. They didn't text me that my meds were ready until 2 hours after I left Liverpool on Friday, even though I phoned them and told them that I needed the meds and that I was going away for a couple of days. So they fucked me up, basically. So I've got the meds coming tomorrow, but I'm not even drinking coffee tonight. I'm on water only tonight, just to make sure that my head don't go too far down the pan. But anyway, Excuse me. So yeah, hello, vet, bearded vet. How you doing? All right, Roger. We'll have a chat about it anyway when people come on, because as far as I know, even if you disable certain apps, because everybody's talking about disabling apps, and we did, but as far as from what I can gather, it's still going to come through anyway. That is my understanding of it. I might be wrong, but my understanding of it is that you won't be able to turn it off. This is why I said about turning it off, because if you turn off all of the notifications for that and you still get the alert, then there's an issue, because you've made those settings changes in your phone. Therefore, it should do what you've asked it to do, or not to do, as the case may be. And therefore, that's an issue for me. It means that your decisions are being overridden by the phone companies, and I don't like that. So again, nobody's going to know for sure until the day. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. It's going to go ahead regardless. Let's be honest, and we're not going to stop them sending the alert, are we? So I think we have to wait and see. But there we go. Hello, Hutch. How you doing? Hello, Chris. Hello, Chrissy. Who else? Have I missed anybody else? Sean, how you doing? Graham, nice to see you. It's been a while. Well, you say no notification will be received if the phone is turned off, but would it be like a push notification, which will then come through when you turn your phone on? I would imagine that it would be like a push notification or a text message. Somebody sends you a text message and it stays in the pipeline. At least with a text message, it only stays there for a certain period of time. But a push notification would, which is what I would assume it would use, would queue up and wait for your phone to be turned back on again. That's how I understand it. But again, we'll see. We'll have to see what happens. Again, somebody said it in the comments. Regardless to what we say, it's happening. And it is. And I think it's probably best to deal with when it happens rather than thinking about what may or may not be able to happen. But we'll have a discussion anyway when we go on the panel shortly. I won't be doing the phone-in, so just for those of you who are joining late, or not late, but those of you who are just joining us, I'm not doing the phone-in tonight because I'm on a new computer and I've not set all of that up yet. So it's going to be panel only this evening. So you're not going to listen to me for hours, by the way. You'll get bored and want to shoot yourself in the head. So I will get the panel going. If anybody hasn't been on the channel yet and you want to come on, by all means, please feel free. But just to recap, if you do want to come on the panel, I do need to see your face in the back of StreamYard. So when you log on to StreamYard, you don't come straight onto the panel. You sit in, basically a green room, and I'll see you. I'm the only one that will see you sitting there waiting. And I will need you to make sure that you can come on camera, and I will ask you to touch your head, touch your nose, touch your ear, something. I will ask you to do something just to prove that you're a genuine person. Yet, okay, granted, that doesn't fix every attempt at porn bombing, but it does fix a lot of it. So it would be nice to get new people on this evening if we can. Who have I missed there? Arthur Elephant. Good evening to you. It was a good night. I enjoyed it. At least when I was there wasn't so many technical problems. But I'm gutted I couldn't stay at the extra night and meet up with Daniel Bostock. I'm going to start gushing in a minute. I've been a fan of his for ages, to be honest. I love his stuff. It's a shame he's not done anything for so long, but he's always made me laugh, and it would have been really, really good to have met him, as well as Paz, who didn't even know who the fuck I was. Couldn't believe that. But everyone else, it was awesome to meet everyone. Luke as well, I didn't get to meet, which is a shame. But there we go. There will be time in the future for it to happen. My T-shirt is the Me and Your Mum T-shirt. Not your mum, obviously. I don't know your mum, but you know, as in me and your mum, as in generally. Anyway, I'm in Evesham Hospital. I'm sorry to hear that, Ivan, man. Sorry to hear that. I don't know what to say, to be honest. That's a shitty thing to be dealing with right now. So my thoughts are with you, man, and I hope you're staying strong. Good evening, Ricky. How you doing? Right, DJ Samuel, how you doing? Right, I'm not going to waste too much time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the link. I'm going to stick it into, let's go paste. I'm going to go stick it into the chat. That's the word I was thinking of. I'll stick it in the chat and I'll pin it at the top as well. And anybody that wants to come on, feel free, and let's get a discussion started. There we go. There is your pin message. There is the StreamYard link. Let's get some interesting people on instead of just me, because I'm not interesting. In fact, I'm just a fat bastard, fat bald bastard, as people seem to like reminding me. Problem is, I know I am, and it doesn't bother me. Right. Mr. Roger, I know that's you because we spoke earlier and you're on the same account as you were earlier, so I don't need to ask you to touch your balls. I mean your nose. Sorry.
Good evening.
Mummy said what? What does that T-shirt say? Mummy said not to talk to bastards. That's a lovely T-shirt, Roger. Where'd you get that from, mate?
It was a free one some clown sent me.
Really? The bastards. Good evening, Sonic. Good evening to you both.
Evening, Scott.
I'm not fat, you're cuddly. You're not fat, you're cuddly. Well, let's put it this way. It doesn't sound the same when you say I'm cuddlier than I used to be. I'm fatter than I used to be, that's for sure. So, but there we go. Anyway, I don't care. Anyway, I can't do nothing about it. I can't, the medication I take make me put on weight. Unfortunately, the physical restrictions that my body now has makes it difficult for me to exercise to lose the weight. So unfortunately, I've got to deal with it. And guess what? I'm used to it. So I really don't care.
Whoosh. He has that many things go over his head. That's why he's got no hair up there.
That's right. That's right. Saul Goodman, I think that's you. Just touch your nose for me, Saul, please. Good man. Good man.
All right, dude.
How you doing, mate?
I'm just folding one up, so I'll turn the camera back in a minute.
All right, no problem at all, mate.
All right, buddy.
No problem at all.
Worries.
As long as you're not getting naked, so that when you come back on, you're not wearing anything.
No, not at all, mate. No. Just getting my little. That's later, mate. I'm getting my thing on now. My smoke on. Poking later.
No worries, Graham. Is that the real Graham Nut? Fucking. If that's the real Graham. If that's the real Graham Nut,
I'm getting in trouble here.
Just touch yourself on the top of the head, mate. Oh, can't see you. Touch the top of your head so I know it's you. Like this. Roger.
My missus says hello.
Hello, Saul's missus. I can't remember your
Hello.
name. I'm sorry.
Stitch.
Ah,
Yeah,
sorry,
Stitch, 1, 2,
Stitch.
3.
Right. I'm going to risk this. I don't know if you can hear me or not, Graham, but I'm going to risk this because nobody usually uses your name to do anything. So
That's all right. Use
Let's
my
bring you
real
up.
name. I've got nothing to hide, pal. Put me on.
hello, mate.
Join in the fun.
Love the whiskers, man.
Fucking
So, yeah,
hell.
I'm looking old. I'm looking old.
What's going
Fucking
on?
old fat bastard here. Hello, Roger.
I
Hello,
got rid
Billy
of
J.
mine.
Lord Pat. I need haircut.
You fucking need more than a haircut.
And I need.
You need a
I
grounds.
need
You need
to fight with a lawnmower on the old.
you need a groundskeeper for that lot.
Rubbish, you know, between what's going on that I'm telling you, and I can still see me scratching my chin on my telly. Yeah, I had to turn the stand down on the telly because it would have interfered with all this.
No, well,
Why
man,
not
it's good,
fuck
to, it's good to see you. Haven't seen you for ages. We've spoken a couple of times, but we haven't seen you for ages, man. It's good to see you.
Look, I had a bit of a mental health breakdown. Shit's been going on behind the scenes. I had no mobile phone for a couple of months and realised that YouTube was taking over my life. So I had to make a life readjustment. I've unsubscribed from a lot of channels
Right.
and got some me time back.
And
But
you feel
that's
better?
not to the detriment of everyone else, because at the end of the day, I know that you guys, if I need support or ask for support, chances are you're going to be there if I need help or support, if I ask.
Absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
So you're feeling better now, though, yeah? That's the main thing.
Well, to be fair, I'm probably on about my 5th or 6th can, but
That bit ain't changed.
hang on, there you go. Bit of hang on, how does it go?
No, we
I
can't
don't
have any
think you see this.
can't have any advertising on here, mate. Not unless they pay me.
Oh, hang on, product placement. £3.19 for 4 cans,
Oh dear.
It's cheaper
which
not
is
to
damn
drink
sight
at
cheaper
all.
than drinking in the pub. Because you can't
There
even
we
get
go.
a pint in the pub for 4 cans of that where I get it from, but at least I haven't said where I buy it from.
That's true. That's true.
No.
Right.
As long as it's not Bud Light.
Oh, fuck.
Bud Light is
God.
a bit like smoking Marlboro Lights or Silk Cut. You might just
Or-
take the filter off and cut out the middleman, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It's a bit like smoking a pole as well.
I don't know. I haven't smoked a pole, but I've heard about a girl that used to suck one.
Oh, you've been
Oh,
on the old
sorry.
flute there, huh?
Sorry, was that a
Evening,
bit too
Lofa.
sexual for the ladies?
No, I'm just saying it's a bit on the flute.
Yeah.
Oh, Jethro Tull.
We've got
Thanks,
no ladies
Sam.
on here
Oh,
anyway.
Living in the past.
Oh, that as well. That as well. That as well. Old school, isn't it? Old school.
Yeah.
Oh, God bless tonight.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm all right.
Good evening.
Being a mum and dad tonight, I babysat for her yesterday, so she'd go out with my daughter, party, and she's come back
Oh,
with
yeah.
a proper broken foot. So now she's got like a little ding-a-ling.
Evening,
Can you
Phil.
get me this? Can you get me that?
Oh.
Anyway, hello guys. Good evening. How you all
Oh,
doing?
GB, how you doing, mate?
Doing good,
We're all
mate.
good.
Doing good.
Welcome to the panel.
Forgive me for not keeps typing, but thank you very much, everyone in the chat. Yes, very welcome in here.
Listen,
Oh,
I've just seen a comment. I just want to say, right, and I'm not going to say the name of the person who's made the comment. People can look for that in the comments themselves. Yeah, I was spoken to last week. He was blocked last week, and then he phoned up, and I said that I would unblock him, but if he is asked more than a couple of times to calm it down in the comments, then I have to stand by the moderators this time. Okay, so although I want people to be able to have their say, and I actively encourage people to have their say, there is a point where you have to say, look, enough's enough. Do you know what I mean? So he will get if he comes on and you know, if anybody comes on tonight, not just anybody comes on and they start being a dick, or they start going or they start going on about something and they won't knock it on the head when they're asked to, then the moderators, I'm behind the moderators acting, and whatever they decide to do, and I'll stand by that. But
You get one yellow card followed by a red one.
But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way. It's been, it was discussed last week, and hopefully we won't be in that situation where we have to ask someone 13 times not to mention something. So there we go.
Well, that's about 11 times too many, Dan.
Well, it is, yeah. But
only
to be fair, I've probably been a little bit too accommodating or forgiving to many people.
Well, actually, no, let's have it right, mate. You've got a thick skin. You've got a thicker skin than others. And we respect the fact that you allow free speech, but you have to draw the line. Roger's had to draw the line recently on his channel for reasons that I don't know all the ins and outs of. So sometimes you just have to say enough's enough, innit?
I've got to have thick skin to keep all this flab inside.
Oh, here we go.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god!
Flubber chubber. Oh, sorry, I'm doing a Goonies impression.
I'm eating.
At least that's not gore bombing.
I tell everyone in the chat, sorry if you don't mind me not typing. God, I'll be in chat bombed.
I think there's a fine line between gore bombing and what we just saw there, Graham.
That was my reenaction of the Goonies, the flubber chubber.
Yeah.
Let me in. Let's go hunt pirates.
I've done nothing new with it. It's still trying to grow.
Come over.
That's all right. I'm always growing. My centre of gravity is getting lower every bloody day.
Well, the lower your centre of gravity, the less chance you've got of falling over.
Yeah, look at the BMW motorcycle.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that. I don't smoke. But actually, yes, I do. I need a fucking roll of fag in a minute.
You'd
Sorry,
be like
sorry.
You'd be like a wibble wobble.
Well, it's something else, mate.
Wibble wobbles wobble, but they don't fall down. They've got a low centre of gravity.
Evening, Carmen.
Well, you know what? If I'm making myself look like a muppet, I don't give a toss. I'm just like in a good mood at the moment and happy to be on the panel temporarily before I get booted.
A lot better, mate. You sound a hell of a lot better than you did.
Yeah, well, I had bits and bats going on in the background. Dan, to be fair, privately knows something about what went on, but it's not something I can discuss on a public forum. But Dan knows something about what went on, and I'm not going to say any more about that.
Evening, Mickey.
Hey, Mickey.
Is that Mickey Mouse? I can't read comments while I'm on StreamYard.
It is Mickey Mouse, yeah.
Oh, well, Mickey Mouse 1, 2, 3. Respect, mate. Nice to see you here, even though I can't see you.
So now I just want to say for those of you that were watching over the weekend on Simon Sideways streams, I know we also ran it through this channel as well on the Friday night. Thank you for joining us on that. It was a good night. We all had a bit to drink, and it was a celebration of the weekend. It was Rev's birthday, so we had a drink for that. And I think if we do it again in the future, it's not going to be one where there's so much alcohol.
Well, I won't be drinking on it.
Again, it was more of a celebration for Rev's birthday, and next time I think it'll be a bit more, a bit more sober chats. But it was good, and thank you for those of you who joined to watch that. I appreciate that as well. So I hope you enjoyed it yourselves. We tried to make it fun and whatnot, as well as being informative. Whether we achieve that or not is another matter, but there we go. Jack Ablaze is in the back there. Jack, do us a favour, just hold your left hand up for me, mate. Thank you. Hello there, Jack.
Hi, Jack. Hello, Gov. That sounds like a replay from the Sweeney.
So, we lost Sonic. We lost Sonic for a minute there.
Playing up, he just put
Quite on the southern front.
Right, Jack. Before can't hear you very well there, Jack. But before we move forward,
Can you hear me now?
Can I ask you? You know what? I want to be careful, but last night I
Yeah.
don't want to mention any of that tonight.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's
All
fine.
right, only because you was on there. That's the only reason
Yeah,
I'm saying
that's
it.
fine, yeah.
All right, right.
No,
Cool.
all I
don't
was going to
want-
say was
we
it was
don't
quite
want
eventful
any
last night. I
dramas
was
from
like,
any other channel coming in here. If you do and you keep on in the chat, you will be gone.
Mhm.
So
Drama
And
makes
that's why
people's
we
head
want
hurt, so
mm,
drama's not good for the brain anyway.
it's not. I feel like I dropped several fucking IQ points last night, but
Yeah, well, I've got my own drama going on at home in the minute, so you know it doesn't exactly help. But hey,
well, let's try and keep things positive tonight instead. Then, so let's not mention the knobs. Let's not mention the the shit that's going to bring us down. Let's try and forget that shit, and that that's what tonight's about. We're going to come in here. We're going to have
No
a chat.
knob
We're gonna
jockeys,
talk about
nothing.
stuff, and
Yeah.
exactly. Dave Kelly, no, I'm only drinking water tonight. I'm not even drinking. I've had 2 coffees today, which is unusual for me because normally I have about 15 before lunch. I'm literally just drinking water tonight. So there. Anyway,
Yeah, that's a bit fucked up about your lack of meds before you went away for a day or two, Pap. I did pick up on that just before logging on.
well, they were supposed to. I was supposed to have my 4th week. I order a month at a time, and they give them out a week at a time. Right, so they have a month's worth lined up in the system.
Yeah.
4 weeks worth, and it automatically gets dished out. Well, the 4th week didn't come.
Yeah, it's not as if you hadn't notified them of your, I need this by such and such a time because, I get that. They fucked up again.
So that will be here tomorrow. Well, I know it's already at the chemist. It's all ready for me, so I do have to go down just tomorrow as soon as I can and pick it up.
Yeah, but you can't exactly pick it up out of ours, can you?
Hey, look, hello there, Paz. How you doing? I still can't believe you didn't know who I was, Paz. You upset me, that did. Can you believe it? No, I'm only joking. We can't, yours is you deal with more political stuff than I do, so it's kind of different circles, but we have some overlapping things in common and channels in common. I have been watching your stuff for a while.
I did see a comment asking him if he'd just come in from Norway somewhere with his jumper.
Well,
I'm pretty sure I've heard of this ex-British Army Paz, the through Pap or through Roger. I've heard of the guy, but not subbed,
Yeah,
admittedly.
he's a good guy, Graham. He's a good guy.
Yeah,
and he says
I
it
figured
like
he was.
it is, and he takes
Well, let's put it
a
this
lot
way,
of
Roger.
for it as well.
I know that you don't talk about rankers, so your word's good enough for me.
yeah, it's a shame that I couldn't stick around to meet you, Luke, and Daniel Bostock. But maybe next time. There's always a chance in the future to do that again, isn't there? So,
I'm
good.
hoping to get down for the next one. Rev has invited me, so.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's all down Western Superman, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
Only 20
I
miles away
was
or 22 miles
he
away
did
from where
invite
I
me
used to
on
live.
Friday, but it was too late for me to get it organised.
Hi, Bumble.
Oh, Bumblebee's on. Hey, Bumble.
Yeah, I heard about the way you answered the phone. What was it? Who are you? What do you want? Or something, wasn't it? It was something like that. It was something like, "Hello, who are you? What do you want?" Oh dear. But it looked like you enjoyed yourself as well. Anyway, so good company. Alan and what's his name? Taxi driver Winston. Taxi. Good guys. Not forgetting Simon, of course.
What, the Reverend, you mean?
There's always that
Simon,
one that just sits there, isn't there?
Oh, and of course we can't forget Welshie
and Laura.
Laura.
Was it
Who's
Laura?
Laura? No, it wasn't Laura.
Hang on. Did you meet up with
was
Base
Laura
Welshman or
Kay.
something as well?
Oh no, that's last night.
It was.
Yeah,
it
Welshie was there.
Welsh was.
Post
I
reference,
Jude.
or
Jude.
confusing
That's
that
it.
with another
That was it.
post.
Jude, sorry.
I keep forgetting her name, and I know it's a Beatles song, and I keep when someone says what's her name, I keep trying to think of Beatles song, and that Hey Jude is the last one I think of. But there we go.
Yeah, he was
When you
in
say that,
it.
it reminds me of What's Your Flavour?
So yeah,
Well,
mad.
when someone says, "What's your name?" I usually think Kunta Kunti.
Yeah.
Dave the
what was I
Plant.
gonna say
Yeah,
now?
Michael
But
said.
I'm telling you, because I
Dave.
did watch that series.
Dave the Plant. Yeah, that was quite funny. Oh dear.
Oh,
That
he's
was.
been a member of the channel on a lot of Rev's lives. I haven't heard it speak yet. They say plants can speak, but I haven't heard it.
No, it was a mad one. I think it's telepathic. I think him and Rev have got a special connection.
Have you hold on? Have you got your stream deck yet, Dan? That's what
I have, but I've only got it set up so that when I talk and I press, I'm saying. So that's the only button that I've got set up on it at the moment, and that's just so you can't hear me when I go for a piss and forget to turn the volume down. But I will be getting in touch with you at some point because I know you've got one.
I've got 3.
Well, 3. And I will want to set this up, and I will need some advice because I'm an old man, and you know what us old men are like. We're not very good with tech these days.
I'm going to be careful what I say because I don't want to offend the old people in the room.
Oh, but listen, go ahead, mate.
I'm joking, not really. You don't look a day over 30.
As long as you're not being fucking ageist, I don't mind.
Hey, can you not see that? No, hold on.
Cheers, Holly.
Hold on a second.
And for those newcomers that don't know, the phantom voice in my stream here is my missus in the background there, Mrs. W in the chat.
Hello, Heather.
I have.
There we go. Hello, Heather.
You hear me sneezing and coughing and blowing my nose, I'm afraid, because I'm not 100%.
But that's still nowhere near as loud as her farting, so you'll know when that happens.
Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that, Heather, that you're not doing so well at the moment.
That's all right.
Oh.
Only a runny nose, I'm just noisy with it.
That's right. You should hear my cat sneezing. 2 of them.
Oh, fucking hell.
God.
I thought you was beatboxing for a minute there.
I'll have to film it one day. And share it with you.
Oh, you're in there, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I have a suggestion for tonight, Dan.
By all means.
Seeing as though it's not been done for a little while, how about?
Well, I haven't tried.
Careful what you say here, Jack.
I don't you worry. I know it's nothing inappropriate. How about for fun? Hold on. A game of a few games of play your cards right.
Well, to be honest, the camera's not set up into the new computer for that, and
have you got a new computer now?
I've got a new computer. I'll discuss that with you. I'll discuss that with you off of here because we'll bore people. But it's not plumbed in properly, shall we say? So it's nowhere near where it needs to be, and the leads aren't going to reach at the moment. I've got about that much play in my headphones because it's the wire is about 6 foot long. I've got about that much play in my headphones at the moment, where normally I have about 3 foot of play on this side. I've got to plumb it all in properly. The lead from the webcams won't reach it, so I can't do it that way. I can still play it, but do it the way that we did initially.
Yeah,
and I'll just have to hold them against my chest and show you each card like that. We could still do that later. Yeah, we could still do it that way.
Just for fun. It's not. Do you know what? It's not. That game is actually pretty good. Actually, it adds variety to your live streams compared to other people's where they'll just sit and talk for bloody hours on end. We can have a laugh and we can play a game.
What, you get bored of us talking, dear?
No,
Right.
no, other people.
But now
yeah.
you are going to start offending us. Cheeky.
Hang on, play your cards right. That sounds like Brucey Forsyth.
That's the one.
No,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Go from a king lower, and it comes up an ace. Yeah.
I've got
Nice.
I've got a pack of jumbo cards, you see, Roger, and that's what we've been playing for the last month or so. We have the odd game of play your cards right on it.
Sorry.
Jumbo cards sounds like an
Jumbo
elephant.
cards.
With
Yeah,
stickers and that.
jumbo cards. Look, the big as my hand. Look, big as my hand.
Daddy Austin, that sounds lovely. So I just said to Daddy, who was going to meet up for a beer, and I just said to you, I'm broken-hearted. We didn't meet up for a beer. And you just said, I messaged you on Wednesday, seeing if you wanted to meet up the next day at the airport hotel with me and Holly.
Oh, well, it's not a beer, is it? But I suppose it's
I said beer.
Peter, civil disobedience is fine, by the way.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get him onto another live stream at some point. He was on 2 weeks ago, was it, or last week?
Yeah, two weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, he was on the live stream 2 weeks ago. He did explain on that live stream where he's been and what he's been up to, and all the rest of it. So you can always go back and check that one. I really don't want to sort of spend 10 minutes explaining what he went through again. I have sort of explained before, but he's it came from his own mouth in that live stream.
We'll just be regurgitating everything at that point.
Yes.
It doesn't seem. I don't know. I don't know. People. You talk about people and faith. It just doesn't seem like as clear as crystal with it. All right. I'm sorry, but it reminds me of someone.
Who's this? Who we talking about?
Your man. The man who keeps fucking up in the ether and the brimstone and fire.
Eyes to see.
Yeah. See, I don't know. It's just some of the things he says. Christians don't say that,
Well, he got given the warning last week. Again, I don't want to single him out by keep bringing him up and
no, we're not. I'm not even painting him up. I'm not painting him. I'm simply saying that
I know you're not.
There's something about that attitude with him. There's just something not quite right with him. I don't know what. I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah, no, I know you weren't bringing it up. I mean, me personally, I don't want to keep mentioning, his name and that we've spoken to him, because we've spoken to other people about similar things. Knock it on.
Yeah, I get that. I'm sorry. It's your thing. It's your concern. So
no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not digging or having a go or anything like that.
No, buddy, I know.
He has been asked. But the whatever the mods choose to do from now, I'm 100% behind him. I've given him another chance, as I do. I normally give people, multiple chances. As we spoke about, or I spoke to personally on here last week and said to him that I'll unblock you. That's going against the moderators, but I'll unblock you. But if the moderators block you again because they've asked you to stop doing something and you haven't, then I have to stick with the moderator's decision.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll move forward from there.
More than fair that you can be for him.
Yeah.
So
everybody gets a chance, and if they abuse it a second time, they're gone.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Difference
quick question,
with
guys. Quick question.
Go on,
Quick
Grant.
question. Bearing in mind, I can't read comments while I'm streaming.
Okay.
But has anyone seen or heard
This
from
is you.
a well-respected subscriber, Josie Wells, lately? Because I haven't seen hide nor hair of him in a long time.
No.
Anyone in contact with him?
No.
The last time I spoke to him was before Christmas, I think.
I mean, bear in mind, I had a catastrophic breakdown of my mobile phone, so I lost a lot of contacts and emails and bits and bats. And
um,
I haven't seen or heard from the guy in ages.
Patriot.
Bronze wife again.
Yeah, who's AP, John Rankin? Who do you mean AP? I only know one AP, who I call AP.
Me.
Evening, John.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, ignore that. It was just a little alarm thing.
Just a reminder to have a whack. I mean,
No, it was actually a streaming. It was actually a streaming alarm, but I haven't had a schedule for ages because of everything that's been going on at home. I haven't been able to properly dedicate myself to streaming.
Evening, Victoria.
So I'd like to, but
I've just told someone
like
not
to
to
what?
do something. Heather was going to ring you to get your new ringtone going.
Oh, it's on silent. I always put it on silent when I'm on a stream.
Good.
So yeah, I learnt that. I had a ringtone once that was an Indian voice, and it was all bloody blimey, you know, pick up your bloody phone and all this, and I had that because I used to work in sales. I used to work in a sales environment. And I worked with some African lads, and I worked with some Indian lads, and I even worked with some gay people, and we all just took the piss out of each other. So what I'd done is I set my manager, who was an Indian, I set his when he phoned me, it came through as that ringtone, like the Indian voice. And
will you please answer your telephone? Ring,
Come again.
I told a couple of people that I was working with that's the ringtone that I had, and I'm sitting in a meeting with him one day, and one of the lads phoned my phone while I'm in the meeting with him. But he pissed himself. We all had a laugh about it, and you know, it's all good. It's all good. But I've learned from that to put when I'm doing something, you know, that could embarrass me, I make sure, or if I'm doing something and something could embarrass me, I try and eliminate that embarrassing thing. So, yeah, so that's where we're at with that anyway. But moving on. So what was this thing, Roger, about the what was said on the other stream about the alert that may have been wrong?
Everybody's saying and putting this around that. Good evening, Brummy.
Hi, Brummy.
About you can turn this app off before it happens and what have you. Looking into it, you can't. The only way you can either accept it, dismiss it, is once you've received it.
Right.
It will lock your phone up while it's coming out, and you will not be able to use your phone until you've done one or the other.
That's funny. I've yet to receive mine.
It's only coming out on 4 and 5G. So if you're like me with 2G and 3G, you won't get the alert at all.
So
when I say embarrass, Alan, what I mean by I don't actually mean embarrass. I mean what some people might take and use against me.
So when it comes, so is there any way of actually like preventing the alert from going off?
Well, everybody thinks there is. You can block it, but the way it's being put out is direct from all the transmitters, direct to your mobile phone. It's not going through any of the providers. It's coming from the government direct to your phone.
Yeah, Nokia.
I would imagine, and we did mention this briefly earlier, I think, but I would imagine that it is done as a push notification. Okay, it can't be done as anything else. I can't see it being done as anything. A push notification will go out to every phone. It's the easiest way of sending something out to a phone. So it'll be a push notification that will have, you know, some code in it to make the screen change, for make the alarm go off or whatever. Now, if that's
what, you've got to respond to it before you can like use your phone again, or what?
Yes.
Apparently so. Yeah, but the thing is, with a push notification. The push notification goes into a queue if your phone is switched off. This is how all push notifications work. This is why if your phone's off for 3 days and then you turn your phone off and you get 55 notifications a minute of all the things that you've missed over the past 3 days. So they sit there waiting to come through, and this, I believe, will happen even if you turn your phone off. I have a feeling that as soon as your phone gets signal again, that push notification will come through to your phone, and you'll have to deal with it at some point.
The only way to totally avoid it is if you've got a phone that's operating on a system below 4G. Anything below that, it won't take it. It won't pick it up.
In other words, I can't avoid it then. Okay.
I've got enough.
That is actually on the government website where they tell you what's going to happen and what have you. It's only been put out on 4 and 5G.
I've got to love the fact that the amount of people that laugh at me because I've got a basic Nokia, right?
Nothing wrong with the old 3310.
No, they say people that laughed at me are coming up to me asking me where I got it. Fucking brilliant.
It is a good idea, Brummy, for certain things, but once you've clicked on accept, and even if you dismiss it, what they're doing is using it to see how many people will upload it or respond to it. It's a big data collection.
And remember, they can only send something to your phone if they've got the IMEI number, right?
Yep.
Okay, so your phone number is attached to your IMEI number. They send it out, right? They will know the IMEI number for the ones that do not accept it, and they'll be able to find your name and your address and everything else that goes with it attached to the phone of the phone that has dismissed the notification. So although it's a case of, oh, this is just going to be a notification, I can guarantee you my left bollock,
use it against you.
In fact, I will bet both bollocks, okay, that they will use all of the information they can get from that to make a list of people who they think are going to are not towing the line, shall we say, and following the narrative. That's my opinion.
The alert itself will do nothing to your phone other than not let you use it for a little while until you make a move on it. But once you've responded one way or the other, they've got your information.
Yeah, it's a big part of the reason they've done this whole COVID bullshit. I mean, is to see how many people.
Contrary to what they're saying, that these alerts, when they do go up, if it does get up and running, they're saying the alerts will just come from the government. That is wrong. The local authorities will have access to it, so they can post things in there in your local area.
So it's another data farm that we can't avoid them, basically.
Yeah, they do have our information, Talking Blues, but this will identify people who there's two types of people, isn't there? There's the people that like to suck the government's cock all day long, and there's the people that say no, go fuck yourself. And this will identify those two different camps, okay, and they'll be able to again, in their data that they've got on everybody, they'll be able to put on there, this person's a possible dissenter, this person is somebody that we can control, and that would just be another bit of information on our
just
files,
like they did with the COVID alerts and the NHS app, because so many people now have deleted that and wouldn't have it. They have lost that amount of data of how many people they're reaching, and this is another way of finding out. As Dan said, right, you've got a whole area there that no, they're not interested in it. So when they come in and try and put in these 15-minute zones, they know that area is going to be a problem.
Yeah. You've always got to look at the bigger picture. And I know it sounds like I'm being a conspiracy theorist, but we know the government will take whatever data they can on all of us. And we know they've already got files on every single one of us anyway. And they just want more information in order to be able to control people to do what they want people to do. But again, I don't want to go down because people will just go, conspiracy theorists, get your tinfoil hat out and all the rest of it. And for people that aren't interested,
as soon as they announced it, there was the conspiracy theories started, and nobody actually knows what's going to really happen until they send them out.
Yeah,
this thing hasn't played out yet, right? But to do what they're doing, right, they need to get the okay from the cell phone companies, so they already know what they need to know. What I'm worried about is that, like how people, like you're saying before, like sheeple, and people are like, these weasels, this government, they'll tell them anything. They'll tell them anything.
They'll twist and use any data they get. They'll turn it into malinformation. Of course they will.
Yeah, and
the government will tell you one thing, but if you want the real truth, you go to alternate media.
It's just one of them fucking things. This is going to get worse. It won't be long before every house comes with an Alexa style fucking thing built into the wall that you can't dismantle. And every time you get home, some of you might recognize this story. Every time you get home, you've got to stand in front of it. It's got a camera. You've got to empty all your pockets and show it to the camera, put it down. And
it'll be like 1984.
Exactly.
Yeah, George Orwell. Exactly.
That's the one. That's the one.
Yep.
So it won't be long before we've got all that shit. And if you're not in at a certain time, and you're fucked.
We're virtually there anyway.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you, right? But to me, right, to be sending out a burst like that, right, to make a sound on your phone, sounds to me like it's an intrusion, and perhaps they're going to leave something there. So I don't know.
It's quite possible. Again, there's so many things that could happen. Can't say that they're going to happen, but there's so many things that could happen, and we just have to be aware of the potential.
Well, on the
pitfalls
official government,
I mean, I don't trust this at all.
It does say on there that if you do dismiss it and you're still getting them and you don't want them, if you go to your mobile provider, they should remove it for you.
I see your question.
On the government webpage. I haven't got a link to it, otherwise I'd put it up in the chat.
Talking Blues, I see your question. I'll come to that in just a second.
I couldn't care less either way. I've got a dog in the fight, but like this has been, you know, like the tech on these phones these days, man. I mean, they've got everything. Even if you do and try and turn that off, if your apps are running, perhaps there's already something in the background that will still allow it, because, you know, even using the calculator.
Well, they won't put any on that one because I never connect it to the Wi-Fi or the internet. That's calls and texts only.
So Parker, right? I want to come to Brummy because Brummy's got a question, but I just want to respond to Parker. Parker says you get an update on your phone every couple of days, so how is it any different? And unfortunately, Parker, that's the kind of attitude that allows the government to get away with shit that we don't want them to get away with. You know, I'm not knocking you. I get where you're coming from, and I understand where you're coming from.
Just mute in a minute, guys.
No worries. But if we just turn around and say, well, you know, it's just another one of them things. Let's just fucking put up with it. And eventually it will come a point where they will push and intrude more and more and more into our personal lives, you know, and we can't allow that to happen. So, but anyway, I want to go to Brummy. So Brummy's got a question. So if you type it out, Brummy. And then I've got Talking Blues who has a question as well for me. So I'll come to that after as well. Well, for the panel, not just for me, but for the panel. It's not the same as an update though, Parker. That's the thing, as I say, right? That yes, the government have got all sorts of information on us, okay, but every little bit of extra information they can get on us builds a file on us individually, right? So if they send out an update to us and we accept it or we dismiss it, for example, they will get a notification of who's dismissed it. So they will then, from that dismissal, they'll be able to have the IMEI number, they'll be able to find out the phone number, they'll be able to find out what network you're on, and then they'll be able to find out who you are and where you live. Yes, they have that already, but they don't have information on who could possibly be a dissenter and who's just going to bend over and lube up for them. So this could, I'm not saying it is, but this could be another way for them to find out that bit of extra information.
Yeah, they're crafty bastards, man. They're crafty, but this is like in your face, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, you look out what they've been putting out on mainstream media. You've got yellow warnings, red warnings for weather. Oh, the river's risen by a foot, so you'll get a warning. They're saying it's just for life-threatening episodes, but it won't. They will use that against us for everything that they're trying to do.
Yeah, it'll get more.
An area tied down, they will send out an alert saying there's an alert in your area. You've got to go and stay indoors for the next 12 hours. Whatever. Yeah. Anybody on the streets will be arrested, and that's the way that is going.
Everything starts with so-called good intentions until they realise what the various reasons they can use it for.
Brummy, don't realise what's going on. You put that together with the 15-minute zones, the new powers of stop and search, the new powers that are given to the police. Above that, it's all about controlling the public.
Yeah.
What? As if the police don't abuse their powers already?
Well, exactly. They've got freehand now in certain areas. They're trialing basically unlimited stop and search. They will be able to stop and search you without giving a reason in those areas. And they're pushing that under the guise of stopping the knife crime.
Well, I can understand knife crime, but where there's no
that would just be their excuse, won't it? That would just be their excuse.
Yes, yeah. They'll abuse it.
They'll do whatever they want. Yeah.
Everything else. Right, guys. I just
go to like, oh, I smell alcohol on your breath when they pull you over in the car.
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Of course, it is.
They
Yeah.
got
Or
told,
I smell cannabis.
So
even if you're a non-smoker.
Yeah, they got told from the top level, stop using the excuse I can smell cannabis, but they still do it.
Yeah,
of course you fucking do.
Guys,
well,
I just want
that because I haven't smoked that for years.
I just want to move on to answer these questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sorry.
And the questions are to use guys as well. So, the first question. Oh fuck me, where's it gone? From Brummy, where are you, Brummy? Due to the level the actual question. Due to the level the UK is at right now, what are your thoughts of the protests getting onto the racecourse yesterday? It makes you wonder how safe these events really are. Now, I've got to be honest, I don't watch it. I'm not interested in horse racing whatsoever.
Died, and they actually, the police were there already because they knew something was going to go off, and they actually put a police line between the stands and the course to stop these idiots getting on there.
Right.
Well, it's barbaric, right? It's cruelty and it's barbaric, and I can't see why the law isn't doing something about it. Do something about hunting, doing stuff about all kinds of other things. It's cruelty to animals, man. 3 horses dead. I mean, it's not. That's common, isn't it? I don't watch it either.
There is usually at least one horse that dies every year.
Yeah,
they will take some of them away and try and fix them up, but they may die later on at the vets or whatever, and they don't publicise that bit. The only ones that the public know about are the ones that actually die in front of them on the course.
Yeah. On average, 4 a week die.
I've been involved with horses in the past, you know, so I'm just saying to you now, I don't agree with that shit. Okay,
no. And all they do is hold a sheet up and they use a bolt gun and then they pull it away.
Yeah.
Oh, they still use the bolt gun, do they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the quickest way to deal with it. It's the quickest and cheapest way to deal with it. The injections aren't that cheap. So the easiest thing to do is to pop a bolt through the back of the skull, which you know.
I thought they just used a fucking shotgun.
No.
Emissions, come on.
No, it's the same as RSPCA. The RSPCA have like a small version, I believe, of that gun, of that bolt gun. And if they have animals, you know, I know this from the work that I used to do with the Dogs Trust. Okay, and we used to have to. We learnt about the other places, the other charities and stuff. And there are charities out there that if they have an animal that they can't rehome, and it's in their care for a certain period of time, it's costing them money to look after it, and they can't get rid of it. Like an old animal, for example, that's got literally no chance of getting a home. Rather than letting it live out the last year or so of its life,
they'll put it to sleep.
They won't put it to sleep as such. In some cases they use the bolt gun.
Yeah, so they're doing more than just that. Yeah.
So, and that's just to get rid of them because it's costing them money to look after them, and I don't agree with that. Do you know what I mean?
It's wrong anyway, yeah.
It's heartbreaking. All right, that's all I can tell you. It's just heartbreaking.
If somebody said to me they had an animal and it had a year to live,
they're getting pleasure out of it,
after it.
People, you know what I mean? That's another thing. It's just like I guess it's something like throwback from days of Rome and everything. You know what I mean? And
we used to use the bolt guns all the time on the farm, obviously with cows and sheep and that. It was the quickest and the most economical way of taking an animal out.
We can reuse the bolt.
Quality of life.
It doesn't actually fly out the barrel. All it does is come out and stop, but it's such a length that it reaches where they want it to do. They can set it to a different depth each time to fire it.
Yes, again, so you can reuse it each time. So you know that's what I mean. Whereas the other method is a cost.
Well,
There's a
that
cost
hours
involved.
were. I don't know.
There's another thing as well, right? I don't know if you know this. I don't know if any of you know this, right? But at one time, New York, right, there was 300,000 horses dying a day in New York State.
Fucking
It
hell.
was a turn of the century, before the proper cars,
Not
and they needed horses to drag them away.
The other day.
I mean, I just think that it's miserable, and it's like an elitist thing. You need a lot of money to keep horses, but to be there, celebrating,
sorry, guys,
or rather go there knowing, right, that a horse is possibly going to die, or have to be shot, or any of this. I just think that it's awful. It's just, I can't bear thinking about it.
Parker, there's a lot of people that that have got issues with halal meat, to be honest.
Mm.
So, but before we go to that, Michael Stevens said that it should be banned. A music festival would bring in the same crowds, but having MPs run around the course chased by pit bulls would be humane, and I agree with that.
Oh, totally.
I think that should be the next sport of choice, the sport of kings. MPs running around a fucking course being chased by hungry pit bulls. I would pay for that shit.
Release the hounds.
So, right.
Do you know what? I would actually fucking pay to see that.
Exactly. I'd what's the word? I'd invest in it. I'd fucking invest in it, mate. I would.
Having said that, the Romans did something similar back in the Colosseum, but it was usually hungry lions, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, but it was over too quick. Hungry lions, it's over too quickly. Pit bulls a lot smaller. It takes a lot more effort to tear their prey apart. Let's be fair.
Have you ever been bitten by a pit bull or a lion? I'll tell you what, I wouldn't want to compare the two. Either way, it would fucking hurt.
To make it more interesting, right, you should always maybe switch out the pit bulls for chihuahuas or some shit.
You obviously don't see some of those videos in Colombia for the people that fuck them over on their drug deals. You can see those videos. Oh, those pit bulls are fucking evil.
Right, Gabby Gray Hips is in the back here. Gabby, do us a favour, just touch your nose for me. Either hand will do. Thank you. Yeah,
I'm going off screen for 30 seconds while I go wee.
Hi, Gabby.
No worries.
Hiya. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Gabby. I've got one more question I want to bring up, which has been asked, which is from Talking Blues 2. And I put it on the screen. What are your thoughts on IPP sentences, which are indeterminate sentences, which is basically where you don't get given a minimum or a maximum?
They were banned in 2012, weren't they?
They were, but the people that were, and I know this because I know somebody who's on one, but the people who had already been put on an IPP sentence, they didn't have their sentences end and they didn't have their sentences reviewed. So they are still on effect IPP sentences.
Some guy did a rooftop protest last week. Did you see it? 12 hours.
I didn't see it, but I do know that there was one lad who got put on an IPP sentence because he stole a bike. Although I will say it was a what's the word? Aggravated. It was an aggressive bike stealing. Right? I know that sounds silly, but he beat the fuck out of the person. He beat the fuck out of the person he was nicking a bike off of. But he got an IPP sentence. And the last time I heard about anything about it, which was about a year and a half ago, and he had spent 12 years in prison.
What was his previous though?
Apparently he didn't have any, as far as I'm aware. He beat the fuck out. Yes, he beat the fuck out of somebody. But I mean, let's look at some of the crimes that are going on today. And no fucker gets an IPP, and they deserve a fucking IPP.
Especially in Bradford and places like that.
I think the IPPs are disgusting. I think that they should. I think they have been banned, but they haven't been looked at. There was lots of talk about it being reviewed and all the rest of it. It hasn't been, as far as I know, and there are still a lot of people that are still serving IPPs, and they should have their sentences reviewed. They should get looked at and say, well, okay, you've done this amount of time. You just look at your record while you've been in prison. Should you be released, yes or no, and go through the parole hearings. Do you know what I mean? Or whatever it is. And there's a lot of people in prison that shouldn't be in prison at the moment, I think. So,
hang on, wasn't some of this IPP stuff brought about by can't remember if it was a Labour MP, the blind bloke, back in about 2000 or 2002 or something.
I think so. I think it was.
Is that? Am I thinking of the wrong right lines? I just can't think of the name of the fucking geezer. I'm sure he was a Labour politician.
Yeah.
A blind guy.
I know who. I know who you mean.
You know what I mean. You know who I'm on about, I think, but I can't think of his name.
David. Yeah, David.
Blunkett.
David Blunkett.
Yeah, David.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, Blunkett. Yeah.
I hope so, Victoria. We could do with some fucking fun.
There's a bit of a twatting.
Right, it's this summer. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Forget the winter of discontent. That was Labour in 1978. We're having, probably a summer of discontent because of the state of this country.
It's going to get a lot worse than it was in the 70s, mate. Believe me.
Oh yeah, definitely not getting any better. That's for sure.
All the lockdown laws and that they said they were going to do away with and what have you, they haven't actually done away with. They're still there and they can reinvoke them at any time.
Yeah, but they were unlawful to start with. Weren't they?
Yeah.
The law. I don't think it's not necessarily from my understanding, it's not necessarily the idea of what they wanted to prevent. It's how they enacted it is what was unlawful. The way that the police
and it was all about gauging the reaction of the public to it.
And more to the point, them that was in power were going against their quote guidance unquote. Talk about fucking blatant. One rule for thee, one rule for me. Yeah.
Literally. David Blunkett you couldn't see how bad the IPP was. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, because he was blind. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to say that, but I've said it. Bad dad joke, whatever.
The blind guy, right? Home Secretary. Jesus. And did you hear how he talked? Remember how he talked? He was very distinctive.
Yeah.
A pitchy voice, you know?
Can I just answer Brummy there? Brummy, to answer that comment, we've got to be very, very careful.
Apparently, those are back in the pub.
For the dogs.
Apparently, they're back in the pub.
Yeah.
Awaiting another dawn raid with the big red key, apparently, but that's what little I know or maybe not seen on media.
But we've got to be very careful what you say on that subject, especially on a live stream.
That's why I was trying to choose my words carefully.
Yeah.
I think what we can basically say is some of it is nonsensical in terms of
go for it.
Hey!
Listen, I don't need to say anything. What's wrong with that? I mean,
absolutely fuck all.
Oh golly!
Let's look at that one. Let's check it out.
Oh gosh!
You started something off now, mate.
Yeah.
But the fact that Robinson's
You want to go down that road, think about the black
disbanded a certain logo, that's when it started going woke or whatever. Oh shit, maybe I've said too much.
Remember that? Anybody?
Sorry.
They're made upon the fictional characters. It's fictional characters, know what I mean? So how the fuck is that going to affect?
Yeah.
There was actually somebody posted a video today of the actual history of where it came from.
Trudeau's
and it wasn't racist.
It actually came from certain type of people that were using it because they were revered or whatever, and then they started making them into kids' toys and rag dolls, and that's where it came from.
Well,
evening, Silas.
It's all got complex and complicated in it.
Hi, Silas. The captain. what does Pap and the panel think of Toronto trying to decriminalise all drugs for any age, including fentanyl and crack?
I haven't heard.
I'd say bollocks to that.
I'll start with that one. You know, I don't mind a bit of coke, a bit of weed. You know, not that I smoke it, well, by the way, or anything like that, but I don't see that as too much of an issue. You know, it's like alcohol. If you have too much, you fuck up, don't you? Right? If you have enough, you have a bit of laugh, you have a bit of fun, whatever. You know what I mean? But fentanyl and crack, very dangerous, same as heroin. You know, that kind of stuff. And I said this, I think it was last week. If it's natural, I mean, okay, to be fair, cocaine does have chemicals put in it. But if we're talking mushrooms, let's talk about mushrooms and weed. Okay, mushrooms and weed, it grows, they grow, right? It's fucking nature and it grows. You can pick it and you can use it without any fucking intervention, pretty much, right? Anything that has to be fucking altered in a lab, I think, is dangerous and shouldn't be allowed, right? In my opinion, right? Again, cocaine, yes, you know, that's kind of on the border, I think. I don't agree with, as I say, I don't agree with getting off your head. Certainly don't agree with doing shit like that around kids, by the way. But you know, there are, you know, there are some benefits from some of these drugs, but there are no benefits really from anything that has to have huge intervention by laboratory, right? And I think that to decriminalise that kind of stuff is bad news. I think
if weed was bad for you, that surely they wouldn't make the medical one.
Fentanyl, Bumblebee. Fentanyl is one of the most potent drugs that you can get, and literally the tiniest amount can fuck you up properly.
You've only got to sniff it and you can OD.
Yeah, it is very, 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 very potent, very, very dangerous, and you literally have to have like a minuscule amount, and if you take, you know, more than that, you can die from it, and it's very, very dangerous. But yes, there are things that are used. Again, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying what I mean is by taking drugs as a drug user. I'm not talking about drugs that are used in medication. Okay, because some drugs are used, as you say, for prescription reasons. Okay, and if they're being used in that manner, then that's slightly different. Like
uranium isn't a drug, Mark.
Like morphine. Okay, morphine. Okay, is used. You know, can be used to get off your tits, right? But used correctly, it can be used to deal with pain and all sorts of stuff, and it can be used for good. But again, you can't just go out and buy it for yourself to get off your tits, and that's dangerous to do so. So again, fentanyl, you know, and other drugs that are created in a lab to be used for specific reasons is different from recreational drug use. And this is what I think the captain's talking about, decriminalizing all drugs in a recreational capacity rather than anything else. Unless I'm wrong, the captain, I'm sure will tell me, but I'm sure that's what he means.
I actually used to use weed for recreational. Now if I do get any, I do use it for medical, because it's the only thing that relaxes my muscles when they get cramps.
You have a wank.
I'm with you on that, Roger. I'm with you on that, even though I no longer smoke it.
But it doesn't stop the cramps in your hand, but my legs, it sorts them fine.
That tends to tire you out, though, Dan.
That's wanker's cramp.
It's also good.
But that tends to tire you out,
anybody else to do it for you.
I like a smoke. I like a drink.
Anyway.
Cannabis is supposedly good for those with multiple sclerosis, MS. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Gabby,
and that's legit as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
So they should decriminalise cannabis, but certain other things, maybe not.
Did you say cannabis? Did you say cannabis?
Cannabis. Yeah, I'm slurring my words. I've had a few beers.
That's all right.
Sorry, guys.
Gabby, you've been sitting there all quiet.
No, it's all right. I'm listening.
We're all talking over. Yeah, we've not come to you to see if you've got a view. If you haven't, it's fine. It's not an issue.
Yeah.
I don't really have a view on some of the stuff that I get asked, and I let the others answer it. So, if there's anything you want to add, by all means.
About the phone, about you can't turn it off.
Right.
So that was kind of thanks for that.
When, to be honest, Gabby, nobody knows what's going to happen until it sends out. There's so much conflicting information out there.
I'm just saying they're putting people on blast. I think with that, that's what I think.
Yeah,
I'll just have to be blasted. Oh,
yeah.
The information that I give out about it is what I think is common sense. It's I talk about the push notifications. If you turn your phone off, the push notification will still be there. I can't see them using anything else other than a push notification to send it. So when you turn your phone back on, you'll still get the alert, and you'll still have to choose one or the other, whether to accept it or dismiss it. So I don't think that we're going to be, whatever people say, I don't think, common sense wise, I don't think we're going to be able to do fuck all about it until it happens. And then when it happens, we make that decision. Are we going to accept it and let them send more, or are we going to say that we don't want this? And I genuinely think, again, common sense thinking, I'd like to think, I think that information, whether we accept it or not, is going to be used by someone somewhere for some reason.
Absolutely.
Anything you say,
otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. They don't do anything for our own good.
Used against you.
That's right. Yeah. And I think that, to be honest, I think that's a good thing to think of before you do anything. Absolutely anything. Whatever you say or do will be used against you.
Or don't say.
Or don't say.
Exactly in this case.
Yeah. Well, they have repositories, where they can keep like 2 years worth of everything, I think.
Right.
Here. In this country.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
And then you've got Viewed, right, where they're watching all the traffic through the cables,
Yeah.
So
it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. I mean, look, they've got ways of tracking. I mean, listen, we know they've got ways of tracking certain words on the internet or on the phone. Everything's being recorded by something, and when a keyword is flagged up by the machine, a person will then go and listen to what's being said and decide whether or not it's a threat in some way or whatever, right? And this is how this is why everybody uses fucking blag words to they use nicknames and shit for different things, right?
Or emojis. Or emojis.
Or emojis. It's to get round people earwigging on their conversations. And we know that any traffic over the internet can be viewed. It is all stored. Every fucking server for every website, stores the information that you send through it. And that information can be used. It can be got at. And there is absolutely no way in my mind that everything that we say and do in this age of fucking technology is being fucking monitored, used, and collated to be used against us at some point. I've got absolutely no doubt about that.
And there are facial recognition cameras going up in places now as well, in public. And we know where that's
supermarkets doing that.
Yep.
And have been for a while.
No, they're putting them on top of pedestrian crossings and all sorts now.
Fucking hell, Big Brother's really watching.
Yep. Nosy pigs.
Absolutely right there, Mark. Intercontinental ballistic missile, 8 minutes from Russia. An alert isn't going to make any fucking bit of difference.
No, it won't. All it will do is cause panic.
Yep.
8 minutes ain't enough time to get yourself to the underground bunker that you don't even have.
And to be honest, the first one that they're going to hit.
Remember that film Threads?
The electrical magnetic thing, and so all your communications will be wiped out anyway.
Yeah.
Well, remember that film Threads that came out in about 1984 or whatever? Brilliant film.
I think I've seen that actually.
I don't know that one.
It's a brilliant film. You might find it on YouTube or somewhere, but Threads.
Yes, John, it
was
is.
The view to the future. Where everything breaks down.
Yep.
So,
and that's the way the future pictures going at the moment.
China can identify people from behind. So can DJ Sonic.
Sorry, I've interjected too much. Maybe I should shut up for a bit.
You're on top of that, my son.
I recognise that smile. Is he winking at me?
Especially yours, Dan. Only I think you're yawning at the fucking time.
Oh, dear.
And believe it or not, you can put what covering you want on, as long as they can see the eyes and the top of your nose. It will be picked up if your picture's in the algorithms and that. Doesn't matter if you wear a face mask or whatever.
Listen, they've invented it. All they're going to do now is it's going to get better and better and better at identifying people. That's it. You know, once something's invented, all that ever happens is it gets fucking better and better and better. You know, so they've got this facial recognition that can identify certain aspects of your face. Give it a few more years, and they'll be able to fucking, you know, they'll be able to work you out from your fucking smile. You know what I mean, or the way you walk, your gait.
Another way of saying it really is that Hollywood is irrelevant now, isn't it?
Yes, Dave Kelly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Agree with that?
Wear a ski mask. Fuck them.
Won't make any difference, mate.
Yeah.
Won't make any difference. You look in China when they were having the protests and uprisings and what have you, the last couple of years over there, even the ones with the masks were getting arrested because they were being picked up by their cameras. And that system that they want over here is the same, basically, as the Chinese system, the credit scoring with the ID, facial, everything. And Sunak for it. Sunak wants it. He's already talked to the Chinese about it, how it works and what have you.
The problem we'll have with no electric isn't the fact that we won't. How can I put it? It's not the. I don't think it's the fact that society will crumble as such. Okay, there are too many people out there that wouldn't know what the fuck to do if they had no electric, so they wouldn't be able to live their life. Right? Yep. They'd have, you know, they'd panic because how am I going to cook? You know, make a fire, you little prick. Do you know what I mean? Make a fire and cook your fucking kids' dinner on an open fire. Who gives a fuck? You know what I mean?
Can't do that. I'm in a 1-bedroom flat with no garden, so can't do an open fire in my place.
Well, when I say open fire, you can build something that you can set up in your car park and cook it on that like a barbecue, but you use wood again. But what I'm saying,
I know what you mean, Dan.
If I had to, if everything was gone today, right? I know I could go out, okay? I could make a shelter, okay? I'd struggle because of my fucking health at the moment, but I know how to make a shelter. I know how to make a fire. I know how to light a fire. I know how to cook. I know how to do all these things, right? So although it'd be difficult, it wouldn't be that hard for me. I wouldn't fucking fall into a pit of despair and go, oh my God, my life is over. What, I'm going to die because I don't know what to do. But there are, unfortunately, too many people now who haven't got a fucking clue how to look after themselves because they've relied on everything else to fucking live their life for them. You know what I mean?
So, worst case scenario, if I had gun and ammunition, I could hunt my own food. Most of it round here is bloody herring gulls. I was
going to say, what do MPs taste like when they're cooked?
I don't know, but probably. Well, they're so full of shit that this is the thing. Why do you think sharks swim around their prey to scare the shit out of humans? Because they taste better when they've had the shit scared out of them.
Yeah. When they've
bad dad joke, but you know what I mean.
It's the fear. That's
Graham, I don't mean to be disrespectful there, but sharks don't actually like the taste of human meat. Most of the shark bites are exploratory bites to see what you are.
So no problem, Roger. But it was just a joke I saw on the internet the other day that struck a chord. So I thought I'd, yeah, it's all good.
The only one that is an indiscriminate killer is the great white.
Oh, what, as in 1975 film?
Yeah, they're that big that first bite will kill you, basically.
Yeah.
And
hey, maybe
their own dead usually either.
Hey, maybe there's megalodons as well.
Oh, that's a conspiracy theory at the moment.
Everything's a conspiracy theory until it's
Well,
not.
I think I've been watching too many films. I think I've been watching too many films.
So.
Talking of films, I might have to look up a Steven Seagal film just to escape from reality for the hell of it.
Oh,
well,
God, he's
I
a
had
terrible
one
fucking
down
actor.
in Cornwall, you know the size of the basking sharks. Well, we had a bunch of lads on a boat out chartering, and all they wanted to do was drink. They weren't interested in fishing. So, all right, yeah, it's an easy money. We'll just cruise up and down the coast with them and let them, you know, get drunk. And we went in close because there was a basking shark in there. And so, yeah, this is a basking shark. So I just took my bloody jacket off and jumped over the side. And these lads are going ape shit. He's in the water with that bloody great shark. I mean, they're harmless, you know.
Well, of course they're harmless because they've got no arms. They've got fins. Boom.
Boom, boom. Yeah.
Yes, Lothar, they do. And that's what brings them inshore when the small critters are hatching and what have you.
Or when Sonic's skinny dipping.
Yeah, well, that's why I say small creatures.
Pat, I'm gonna have to drop down, mate. I've got too much to do with cooking them dinner and her dinner and tidying up and cleaning
All
up.
right, man. No worries. No
6
problem at all.
weeks of school runs
All
as
right,
well.
Simon.
Oh,
Yeah.
So Mrs. broke her foot, Rog, today.
Hey.
Anyway, no, it's not funny. Right, take care. But one
All
evening
right.
I look forward to. Have a good evening, everyone on panel and everyone in the chat.
see you later. Thank you.
Okay, take it easy.
Hello, mate.
Oh,
Ta-ra,
bye.
mate.
Oh,
Hey, bud.
Bye. Bye.
Sonic, I'll apologise. I've picked on you tonight, and you've been pretty good. You haven't been slagging me off, so I shouldn't really
I'm
be
not
picking
because
on
I
you.
don't normally pick on him.
He's saying it's similar to like a fucking plankton, but it's kind of rich coming for a fucking bottom feeder.
Yeah, but I'm just taking that as DJ Sonic's t-shirt. He's got the ball, but he hasn't taken it by the horns. Boom.
Yeah.
Yet.
You call me a bottom feeder, at least I'm not a bottom licker.
Well, I heard McDonald's in America made a bid for all them cooked cows on that farm the other day, so they don't have to cook them in store.
Like it's too much of the foreplay. Him it does like wasting his time there. You just get straight in there.
Well, they're already attacking me, aren't they? Etherogram. We've already got that on the fucking horizon. I mean, meat. You know, it was quite a few years ago. They started saying that meat can be cancerous, wasn't it? And then they stopped. Then they stopped talking about that, and then it only gets brought up when when they want to fucking frighten people again.
Well, these eco people, they were kicked up, didn't they, a few years ago about these genetically modified plants and shit.
Yeah.
Well, the government are looking into that again now and want to bring that back in where they can modify plants.
Well, they can modify that.
Yeah.
into that.
I remember back in about, was it 94 or 95, when beef was so cheap, minced beef, because of the mad moo disease.
Yeah.
Then you hold.
And you could pick up beef for something like 29p a pound or something, or 90p a pound. It was like ridiculously cheap. Do you know what? I used to live on shepherd's pies and other beef products.
Oh yeah, fucking nothing wrong with that,
well,
mate.
I might be fucking mad, but at least I'm not a coup.
Mind you, the whole fucking hospital scandal as well on top of it. That whole shit where he likes Iceland lasagnas or something like that.
Nobody gave a shit until somebody mentioned it. Everybody loved it. Everybody that brought it, they brought it because they liked it. I think they taste like shit anyway, but everybody brought it because they enjoyed eating it. And there was no fucking issues beforehand. It was only when they was told that they went, ooh, let's kick up a fuss about it. Who gives two fucks? Who gives a fuck what you're eating, providing it's fucking edible and it sustains you, and do you know what I mean? And it's fucking humane, shall we say? Do you know what I mean? Nobody gives a fuck, really.
Well, what could I say about horse meat? Why the long face?
Boom, boom.
He didn't taste like shit anyway, so he's got the arse into it.
Wouldn't you have a long face if you knew you was going to end up on my fucking plate?
So it's fucking it's mad. I mean, didn't they recently? Wasn't there recently an article within the last few days, I believe it was, of mincemeat, like minced beef or whatever, in packets of vacuum packs, and apparently it didn't look very nice. And people are saying that, oh, because it doesn't look very nice, we've got to think of a fucking alternative. Who gives a fuck what it looks like in its packaging? Do you know what I mean? As long as it's fucking, as I say, as long as it's safe to eat, I couldn't give two fucks if my minced beef turned up in a fucking jar. I don't give a fuck.
Well, I'm particular about that, but
well, it would look so good in the Dyson. Vacuum packed Dyson, boom.
Oh God!
I'm very particular about that. It's a case
You're going to get much more sense out of me tonight, guys.
Say again, Saul. Hang on a sec, Graham. Say again, Saul.
I said it's a case of having a balanced diet. You know, I mean, I got very particular about my food, especially meat as well. You know, so
yeah, but I mean, steak is often vacuum packed.
Yes.
Okay. You get it. You know, you go to Iceland or you go to fucking Asda. It's on a little plastic tray with the, you know, and it's vacuum packed. So when you take it out, there's nothing. It's just fucking steak, the same as mincemeat. It doesn't matter to me whether it's vacuum packed or not. Once it's out the packet, it's still the same as whether it came in a fucking, you know what I mean, in a fucking tub or whatever. It doesn't make a difference.
If I can just answer Paul Fisher there down in the comments, that is a theory at the moment. I have been looking into it and I can't see anything about it out there. To be honest, someone put it out and other people have picked up on it. But I wouldn't be at all surprised. I
think people should stop talking about this, about it being vaxxed or unvaxxed. Okay, when it comes to things like that, injecting the meat with mRNA tech so the unvaxxed will be vaxxed, they don't give a fuck about us being vaxxed or unvaxxed. That's nothing to do with it.
No.
All right, it's nothing to do with the vaccination. Okay, if they're still going on about it now when nobody's fucking dying from not being vaccinated, and if they're still talking about it, then it cannot be that they want people to be vaccinated. There's got to be something else going on within that that is nothing to do with being vaccinated.
There are no vaccines for a start.
So that's my opinion.
Forget that shit. I'm not interested in that.
So, you know, at the end of the day, it's one of them things. Well, let's move on anyway. So, any more? Any questions from the panel? Any questions for the panel?
What about what happened in Sudan over the weekend? Saturday?
That's news to me. I was in an anxiety-ridden state on Saturday, so other people might know what you're talking about, but I'll have to step back on that particular question.
Yeah, what did happen? Because I don't know.
Or is it Sudan? It's not Sudan, is it? Maybe it is. But anyway, there's some shit kicked off in Africa, and it's a lot of people getting killed, flying jets around and everything.
I just trying to think about that last thing we were talking about. Was it IPP or some shit like that? You're talking about like laws and crimes and like fucking with punishments or something. Was it IPPs or something? I think you called it.
Well, earlier.
Aye. Before it somehow changed into this other random shit.
Sorry. Yeah.
Well, I thought we'd finish with that subject. That's why we moved on. But if you want to bring it back up again, we'll bring it back up again. So whatever. Let's have some questions.
Africa briefly. There's a difference
between Africa. Scott. Take care, mate. Look after
Europe. In Europe, it's called racism, but in Africa, it's called tribalism.
Yeah.
Yep.
Check out Wilbur Smith's novels. He'll tell you.
Sudan, yeah.
Even though he's old school, but you know there is a method in my madness.
Oh, here's a question for you guys.
2 rounds with Tyson Fury anytime talking blues rather than spend 10 seconds with that clown.
It would for me. It would depend on what I'm listening to him do. If I'm listening to him gasping for his last breaths, I might want to listen to Sam Smith.
Yeah, that as the last one leaves.
I could always just sit in there with accompanying Sam Smith, make it like I'm listening to him talk shit, but I'm actually just my earphones in, listening to my fucking MP3 player or some shit.
What? Checking him out while he's twerking. You mean?
As long as I've got a fucking bucket, it's all good.
Yeah, but he doesn't twerk; he wobbles, doesn't he?
I bet he has got a fucking bucket.
Between his fucking cheeks.
But I don't know who sounds sick this, but when it comes to Tyson Fury, I wouldn't even last half a fucking round. He's the king of the gypsy boxers, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's hard
to go up against that.
And isn't he the one that also turned down Sportsman of the Year nomination on principle?
Talking Blues. I bet
nomination in for that, something like that.
Yeah, Talking Blues' comment. I just want to say, I bet he likes to suck on a fish of them's friend.
Quite possible. Is that why you bought that fishing rod last week?
He likes to cast his rod in the water.
Well, you're only going off. I'll tell you what, you're only going after stickleback with that maggot, mate. Trust me.
Oh, so that's a Brommy. I can tell you who's not going to win it this season, and that's Chelsea, because they're too far down the table.
Dan's still trying to find his plankton.
Yeah. Moving on. Swiftly moving on.
Moving on.
You said you want my comeback? Go and scrape it off your missus.
Off your mum's teeth.
Scrape it off your mum's teeth. Yeah, saw that coming a mile off.
So did his missus.
Hey, I do sometimes watch Steve Hofstetter.
Oh dear.
And if that guy doesn't come out with sarcasm and God knows what and put hecklers down, I don't know who does. He's the master of it.
Nothing comes out of Sonic.
I was talking about DJ Hofstetter, not Sonic.
Sorry, Stuart. I keep saying sorry, but you keep just fucking setting me up. So I just have to. I can't. When you set up a line like that, I cannot ignore it. So I apologise for coming at you so hard.
I'm not going to apologise for coming at you so hard because you enjoyed it last time.
Well,
or in Sonic's case, plenty of rod.
Okay, I walked into that one there, Sonic. I'll give you that.
I think Dan's got me on mute.
Even he's complimenting on me in the side.
Got Hugh on mute. Got Hugh on mute.
Oh, maybe he hasn't got me on mute. Okay.
No, I haven't got you on mute.
Oh, that's all right then. No problem.
So, here we go. Another one from the captain here. How do we stop the digital pound? This will give the government and Bank of England full control over us. To be honest, I don't think we're going to be able to. I don't care what people say about protests and all the rest of it. I think when they want to do something, they will find a way to do it, even if it's even if they create, something to frighten people into using it, shall we say?
Well, I think it'd be a good start if you all stopped using contactless payments and all that shit, and just every chance you get, pay using cash.
I was going to say, draw your money out of the cash point and pay cash. Fuck your debit card, fuck your credit card, pay cash, index.
Totally.
I just don't
only walk away. If it's card only, walk away.
I just don't think that's enough. I don't think it's enough to stop what's coming. I get what you're saying.
A card or a debit card payment, they can fuck off. They can either have cash or they go without.
But if
enough people do it, it will not become a cashless society if enough people stick together on this.
I don't agree. I'm sorry, but I don't agree. I think I genuinely think. Listen,
they will force it upon us one way or another.
Listen, what's it going to take? Right, listen, look at it this way, right? All of a sudden, we're kind of in the firing line of Russia, allegedly, aren't we? At the moment, okay? Because
via Ukraine.
Yeah, right. Well, apparently apparently this leaked documents. I mean, let's look at it this way. Let's go full conspiracy theory here a minute. So let's look at it this way. These leaked documents last week or whenever it was, okay? There's British troops or whatever. There's British fucking special services in Russia apparently at the moment, or whatever, doing shit they shouldn't be doing, right? So this is going to get Putin, this is going to make people think, well, Putin's going to get his back up. He's probably already got a fucking nuke targeted here. This is why people keep going on about it, right? Now, if it comes to it, and the government, remember back in the First World War, when the government turned around and said, right, we want all your gold because we need it to pay for the war. Okay, so let's just put it this way. Let's imagine the government turn around and say, right, we're now going all out war with Russia, right? Let's just imagine.
Good luck with that. Someone will push the button first.
Well, yeah, no, but this is what I'm saying, right? All they've got to do is say we're going all out war with Russia, right? Russia ain't going to nuke us, right? They won't. They're not going to nuke anybody because they're going to end up fucking dead as well. Once one person hits that button, everyone else in the world is going to fucking hit their button. Everybody's going to be fucking dead, right? Simple as that. Nobody wants that. Nobody's going to fucking. You're not going to be able to do anything with the countries that have been nuked. Okay, so you gain nothing from it. You gain absolutely nothing from it. Okay, the ground is going to be contaminated. Everything is going to be contaminated for thousands of years. You can't do fuck all. Why would you nuke everything just to be stuck in your own little country? You wouldn't. Who gives two fucks, right? Imagine they turn around and say, right, we're going all out war with fucking Russia. This is what's happening, blah, blah, blah. We need everybody's money to pay for the fucking, we'll start giving you food ration. We'll start giving you food vouchers so you can keep fed. We'll pay for your gas and lecky, but all the cash we need in order to pay for the fucking war effort, like they did with gold. Okay, we suddenly have no cash around because the government have just fucking raked it all in, can't do fuck all about it. Because when you spend it, that money then goes to the fucking government. We can't get it back. So eventually we've used all of our cash. Okay. And all of a sudden they go, right, now we're going to, okay, we need to go back to a system where we can all have some fucking something to spend. And they go down this fucking digital route instead. There are ways that they can do it. And they will use fear in order to do that to people. This is what they've done for generations. They use fear to get people to comply, to get people to agree.
Totally. I think it's just a massive psyops. It's no different to this whole fucking COVID shit. It's a psyops.
I think I'll invest in some gold jewellery in the meantime rather than have all my cash go AWOL.
Well, a lot of people are talking about buying gold and silver more recently, and I don't see that as such a bad idea because that is far easier to. You can trade with people without having to worry about banks and fucking government. Do you know what I mean? It's far easier.
Even a classic car is a tradable asset.
Gold would be the only one they would take because it's the one that's used most in electronics for contacts and stuff.
So, but again, if you've got gold, they won't know that you've got gold. If you've got you deal with your next door neighbor. Your next door neighbor says, "Do you want to buy some food?" You go, "Yeah, okay. Here's a little bit. I'll weigh a little bit of gold out for you. That's how much you get paid." Nobody gets involved in that transaction, apart from you and the person you're dealing with. Government don't know. Banks don't know. Nobody knows. When you've got cash, eventually it goes back to a bank. Eventually, and at that point, it gets fucking taken or destroyed. And eventually there's going to be no fucking cash left. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be defeatist here. I'm just trying to be realistic. There are ways that this can be achieved no matter what we do to try and stop it.
I believe you should buy gold, and I don't care how much of it you get your hands on. Just buy it if you can get it.
Right, guys, I'm going to have to log off because my mobile is about to die.
No worries, Graham.
It's been a pleasure to be on the panel. Thank you for having me on.
It's been nice. It's been nice to see you again, mate.
Yeah.
Well, big up respect to everyone. Thanks for putting up with me, even though I've been bad dad jokes and a bit of waffle now and again. But I was trying to lighten the mode as well, up to a point.
It's all right. The better some of his fucking jokes. I see some of them.
But yeah, as Vinnie Jones would say, Dan, what did he say?
It's been emotional.
That's the one. You got it. Log it off, brothers. Log it off, brothers and sisters. You take it easy, all right?
Good night.
Hello, mate. Take it easy.
Take care. All the best. Cheers, guys. Take care. All the best. Bye-bye. Bye.
Brummy, I think it's another way to force people into doing what they want. I think it's another fear tactic. You know, imagine, not allowing, having a minimal workforce. Okay, and oh, hang on, Loafer's just jumped in. I think. Listen, anything the government do, as far as I'm concerned, anything the government do is for their benefit, not ours.
Totally.
I can't say any more than that. That is the to encompass everything. Whatever the government do is for their benefit and not ours. And
I mean, obviously, when it says minimal workforce, I mean, that's obviously implying that they want as less people work as possible, having the majority of people not working, therefore being dependent on the fucking government. So they can then control them and say, well, if you don't do as you're told, don't do this and that, blah blah blah, then we're going to stop your benefits, or we're going to take this off you, take that off you. You know what I mean? To control them.
Yeah. How you doing, Loafer?
All right. How's my mic?
Good to see you. Say again, mate.
How's my mic playing up? I was adjust my settings. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, jolly.
You still need to do.
We only ever see the back of his head.
Well.
Otherwise, I'm going to fight about rerouting all cables and everything. It's a ball out.
No, I think we should all chip in and buy you a proper mic.
Well, yeah, but unfortunately, I've been a bit daft this week because you know what you've been talking about recently. I was on a live stream with one of Sargon's mates a few months ago, and
right.
The guy said anybody that's got assets in cash in the bank is a fucking idiot, and if they're not investing in something else, then I've no sympathy for them whatsoever. I mentioned this in an email to my brother, and I threw in a link to Godfrey Bloom's channel. You know, the ex-military guy. He was an ex-city trader, and he was formerly a UKIP MEP. Right. I just put a few links in and just some edgy jokes, and he came racing over to see me. He says, I've been in for a few years now. Do you want to contact? So for the last few months, with my mother's inheritance, ran about a phone in a couple of years ago, New Year's Eve, I told you about my mum.
Right.
We eventually got the money through for her house.
Yeah.
So he said, do you want a contact? And he put me in a contact, and the things that are basically, there's a long-term investments. I don't think I'll ever see the money return. In fact, I'm around about $6,000 down at the moment on them, and they're stored in a lockbox in Sheffield city centre. They're very, very high value, very, very rare, numismatically fine coins.
Right.
And $6,000 down. He said, don't worry about it. They will go up in value, but you might not see that value. That's a long-term investment for your son. Now, the contacts he put me in contact with, I said, look, I'm all right now. I want something which is liquid, something that I can actually carry around, and if I do need it in a crisis, I can go and cash it in.
Yeah.
That was a quarter-ounce sovereign. Sorry, that's a quarter-ounce Britannia.
Right.
24 carat. I've got two of them. I've got two of these, which are sovereigns. That's 22 carat. They're about 414 quid each. They've already got 430 quid, and I've only had them a week.
Yeah, man.
And I've also got 22 carat sovereign, double sovereign, pounds. That's about, I can't remember what I paid for that, about 800 quid, something like that. And I've got three Britannias as well. That's 24 carat. They're about, I think they're 1,700 quid each, something like that. No, hang on. No. They're about 100 quid more than a sovereign. And that's my liquid stack. That's going into my lockbox that I pay 200 quid a year for, first thing in the morning after I send kids to school. But I'm in for around about 24k on these high value coins. And there's only one of them so far that is actually selling a profit. And I'm reluctant to sell it. That's a King Edward VII, 1 ounce bullion coin, 24 carat. And it's still on a profit. I'm down about $3,500 on another coin. I'll never see it. But the way the world's going, some rich motherfucker will want that coin, and that's my son's inheritance, and he will be able to make off like a bandit, because at the moment, if you've got money in the bank, it's a complete fucking waste of time. What happened with in 2008 with not Nationwide, Northern Rock?
You mean the Royal Bank of Scotland? Was it Royal Bank of Scotland?
Northern Rock.
I remember.
split up, all the shit was sold off, and I think Richard Branson took it over. And then he sold it again later. There's also the rich have got rich. If you can create money out of thin air and give it to your friends in the city or the rich corporations, or you can save it in a bank in fucking Panama and not pay tax on it, then you can make off like a bandit. You can create trillions and trillions of dollars, because all world currencies now are denominated against the dollar because they've got the biggest guns.
Yeah.
I've heard a rumour.
Scotland failed in 2008.
Yeah, I've heard a rumour.
Acquisition spree that briefly made it the world's biggest bank, but also left it heavily exposed to risky loans in the US.
Yeah, I've heard a rumour that US Treasury bonds have taken a dive as well. So you can't even have shares in lending to the US government. And this is the government with the biggest guns, the biggest ships, and all that sort of stuff. The rise of the yuan and the rise of the BRICS nations, they're coming off the gold standard. And like I said, if you, I'm fortunate because this is all inherited wealth. I've been poor in my time, and I'm very, very, very careful. Very, very, very careful. And like I said, this is inherited wealth. This is what I'm just going into a lockbox tomorrow. I'll probably keep one in my pocket. That's about 400 in. Well, I'll pay 414 for it. There are 430, and I've only had it a week. Now your money in the bank's not going to make that fucking profit. I'm telling you.
No, of course it's not. Of course it's not. Of course not. Gabby, I saw you put your hand up a moment ago. Was that because you wanted to say something?
No, I was waving to Brummy.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. See you later, Brummy.
And hi, Tina.
Hello, Tina. So what else we got? We've got another question here. Do you feel it's too late to take hold of the country and make it great again, or have we fucked it too much? I'll let you guys go first on this one.
I did answer him in the chat. Basically, we're fucked unless the country comes together. And at the moment, that's why they've split us up into all these different little fractions. So we're all at each other's throat rather than us getting together and going at them. That was deliberately done.
Yeah, well, I say the same. I agree with Roger.
What about the rest of you guys? What do you think? Do you think we're fucked, or do you think we can claw it back?
I think we've still got a chance to claw it back, providing what Roger said. We all come together and vote on the right fucking people that are actually willing to make a change.
And that's going to be the problem, is getting people to stand shoulder to shoulder, no matter what colour of your fucking skin, where you come from. If you're not prepared to stand together and fight for your country, it ain't going to happen.
No. I mean, because like for years now, like they've got UKIP, and then more recently you had Reform UK. They're basically singing the right fucking tunes to me anyway. I'm murdering them. I've been fucking voting for them any chance I get. You know what I mean?
Problem is, Sonic, is they all fucking sing the right tune until they're in.
Well,
and this has been proved by every single fucking party. Every party that's ever got in.
Well, the usual suspects anyway. Aye. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Fucking neither UKIP or Reform UK have got in yet, and I'm more than willing to give them a chance to get in and say, right, you talk the fucking talk. Let's see if you walk the walk.
Yeah, we don't get me wrong. We have to give people a chance, but I think that we still need to be cautious. We still need to look at all of these new parties and you know, things like that, and say, what could they want? You know, what could go wrong here for us? You know, it's all very well listening to all the stuff we want to hear and going, oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I'm all for that. But again, all of the other parties have done the same thing. They tell you what you want to hear until they're in, then suddenly they can't do it for one reason or another. And you've got to weigh the positives with the negatives on every party. You can't just, I mean, I'm not a political person. I just say what I see. And I think when it comes to any of these parties, you've got to weigh the potential negatives with the potential positives. And I do believe that we do need to give people a chance, because we need somebody has to come along at some point and do the right thing for the country properly. You know, I've said this. I've said this before.
They just do that, and the lies just come out, and nothing gets done. And there's nothing to say that any of these new parties are going to be any different.
Not be funny, right? Saying that, like, say, take Nigel Farage for talk's sake. All right, it's a bit of Marmite. He's a bit like Marmite that way, right? You either love him or you fucking hate him. All right, we don't agree with everything that comes out with, but his principles seem to be fucking there. If he got back into politics and actually done what he said he was going to do, I mean, like the shit he's been doing for a while recently, he's actually actively getting out there with reporting on the fucking dinghy divers and all that shit, showing the country exactly what's happening, doing shit like that. To me, he's in my good books. If he actually went back into fucking politics, you know what I mean, stuck with it and actually led the fucking country back to being better.
I'm sorry he left.
Oh, aye, totally. He needs to get back into politics, you know what I mean, and fucking bring this fucking country back, make it better.
What did he run away for?
I don't know.
I know he left UKIP a while back, but
Aye.
But I think that's because there was a lot of fucking friction in the party.
Right.
But they should have put their differences aside.
Have you got the police in again, Crafts?
I mean, you'd start going to a CAD in there as well. Count Dankula, you know what I mean? The language frage and all that shit. UKIP, if they'd have just sorted their own shit out, sorted the differences out, came together and done best for the country.
What do you say, Roger?
I'll have to, because my other camera's gone down. Mummy says, don't talk to the bastards.
So, I think we can. I think again, if we all come together, and I say this all the time, right? What people are forgetting is that we are all fucking people, and we all have the same goal, and that is to live a life, you know, without fear, and a life where we can just get on. Okay, we don't need to fight against each other. We don't need to be offended by everything. We don't need to worry about what everybody else is doing in their personal life. Who gives a fuck? If, you know, I've said this already. If somebody wants to dress as a woman, yeah, then fine. But unless you're a woman, you're still going to be a man, right? Just because you're dressed as one. It's, you know, I could dress as a fucking donkey and go to a fancy dress party. It don't mean I'm going to start pulling fucking carts around behind me. You know what I mean? Yeah. Just because I look like, just because I dress as something, it doesn't mean I am that thing, right? But the thing is, if we just say, for example, if we just say, okay, you want to dress as a fucking woman, fair play. You feel more comfortable like that, no problem. But when it comes to it, okay, when it comes to the crunch, like legally, okay, you're still a bloke, okay. It's like you can call yourself anything. So you could call yourself fucking Count. I don't know, Count fucking. I don't know. I was trying to think of something funny then, and I can't think of anything funny. But you can call yourself anything you want, okay? But when it comes to it, when it comes to the legalities of stuff, no matter what you call yourself, you have to sign any legal forms with your real name, right? That, you know, you see what I'm getting at here, yeah? Right. So if for example, I changed my name by deed poll many years ago, but I was called something different when I was very young. Up until I changed my name by deed poll, even though I used a different name, when it comes to signing something, I used to have to use my real name. Right? And I can't pretend that I'm this other person. I have to say, okay, I'm called this other person, but when it comes to things like anything legal, I am the person that I was. That's the name that I was born with. All the rest of it. And just because you know, again, I'm not just picking on trans people or anything like that, but all I'm saying is if somebody wants to be something, that's entirely down to them. If somebody wants to live their life in a particular way, if somebody wants to, you know, bum other blokes or whatever, then that's fine. Go ahead and do it. As long as it doesn't affect my life, providing you don't try and force it on me, then I'm not going to argue back against you, right? You good to me, I'm good to you. That's the fucking philosophy I try and look at, right? And it's the same as anything, right? People that are going, oh, I'm black, which means you're all racist because you're white, okay, for example, right? No, it's not, right? You think we're racist because you've been conditioned to think that every fucker that's white is a racist fucking xenophobe. And the white people have been conditioned as well, or are being conditioned now to think that black people are troublemakers because of this whole race abusing the race card. And we are all pushed to fight against each other. And if people just turn around and say, do you know what? I couldn't give two fucks. If you're good to me, I'll be good to you. End of. And that's how people
treat us the way you want to get treated.
Yeah. And if people just start fucking acting decent to the people that they come into contact with, we wouldn't have these factions of society now. yeah, we wouldn't have this. You know, we wouldn't have this. This, you know, the what's the word I'm trying to think of? Fuck it, I can't think of the words. It was on the tip of my tongue then, but basically, love thy neighbor. Yeah, I mean, you can put it in as many different ways as you want, but ultimately, if we allow people to manipulate us into hating other people for whatever reason, okay, then we're going to hate each other, and they're going to hate us, and we're never going to come together for the common good, for the common goal, right? Black, white, yellow, you know, round eye, you know, whatever you want to call them, right? If we all say fuck it, we all live on this earth, we're all human beings, we all deserve the right to live how the fuck we want to live, providing it doesn't impact on other people's lives, then why should there be a fucking problem? But we are forced into a corner and made to hate other people for one reason or another. You know?
Scott's gone to bed because it's law for the atheist is going to quote scripture. Do unto others as you'd have them do unto you.
So I couldn't hear that properly there, sorry.
Confucius, which predates the monotheist religions by about 2,000 years.
Right.
It's something that should live in the heart of every human being. You expect to be treated and treat other people as you would be expected to be treated yourself. But people can't do it. This is my beef with religion, is it drives divisions between people, and some of the nastiest stuff in the scripture, you know, like kill, enslave, or convert, and all that sort of stuff. And I've got issues with that. And basically, when you've got people that have got this cultural burned into them as children, you're always going to get tension. You can't resolve it. It's a condition of the human species. You just got to put up with it. Now, if that sounds rather nihilistic, I'm sorry, but that's the way I view it. Because I told you about the Rotherham count now stands at 4, and I declined somebody else. But yeah, 2 of my best friends are Muslims. One of them is a doctor, and I said, "You're so laid back and hippy dippy, Abdul. You could be a Sufi Muslim, not a Sunni Muslim." Right. And his face twisted and contorted for a second. Thought he would have punched me. But when he engaged his brain, he smiled. But it's just one of them things. It's dividing real bread and circuses. That's how you control people. And you can manipulate them and convince them that the one group is superior to another group on the basis of the religious protestations. Then you're always going to get trouble. I'll tell you what, I like the Methodists and the the Quakers, because they are pacifists. Yeah. They won't fight. The Amish too, the Dutch Protestants, they are sincere pacifists, but some religions aren't. It's just one of them things. Deal with it. On that note, sorry.
That's right. No, listen, I'm happy to hear everybody's opinions. It's all good. It's all good. Do we have any more questions for the panel, for me, for Roger, for anybody in particular, or anybody? If you want to ask a question to the chat, maybe we can ask it on here and put it to the chat to answer for you.
Well, I was just thinking that we're all talking about like shit that needs to change in this country and stuff like that. Can I just ask each of you then, if you got that chance to get into government, if you had that power in your hands, how would you go about doing it? What would you do to change things?
Who are you talking to? Sorry,
everybody.
Well, I would do the opposite for what they're doing now.
That narrows it down.
The Bank of England. I would go to the gold. I would link gold with the pound as a means of exchange. I think the war in Ukraine, our part in it anyway.
Dan, can you see the chat there from Crafts? Yes, whoever you need to confirm, I will confirm. You can see me on the panel. I'm waving. Yes, she is in here on the live stream.
Yeah, well, your comments will show in the chat replay anyway, so you can. We started at 8 o'clock, and your comments will be there. I've seen you comment multiple times throughout this evening. So,
and if it is the police, that is my real name there, so you can easily get my fucking number to ring me to confirm. All right.
Someone having trouble.
What is the police? Are the police there? Are they asking? Are they asking? Right. Well, first of all, stop kicking in her fucking door, you bunch of fucking cunts. First of all,
wind your neck in, kick the ego out the door, and fuck off.
Secondly, the woman has mobility issues, disabled issues, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, so stop throwing people about that like that just to get your fucking rocks off. That's number 2. Number 3, she's been in here for as long as I can remember, since I started at 8 o'clock tonight. And if you want to go back through and look through the chat replay will be live after the live stream, so you don't need to take her in or anything like that. You can just watch the live stream later. Okay, so leave her a fucking alone and go and find some criminals to deal with. Wankers.
So say all of us.
Yeah. Anyway. And
don't let her hit you in the fucking asses the way you pigs.
And fix the fucking door before you go as well, you wankers.
I'll be back in a minute. I need some more drink.
What we're going to give it 10 minutes before the stream gets pulled.
Keep 15 just in case.
So, anyway, hello, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Hi, everyone.
Hi there.
Hi, Tina.
How are we all doing? Everybody good? Having a good Sunday?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I've just thought of something. Sorry, Tina. Let me just interrupt. By the way, Essex Police, who it would be. I'm moving back soon to make your life fucking miserable.
Well said, Dan.
You're a live one here.
So anyway,
yeah, come on and talk to us.
Can I ask
you
a
want to
question
hear the
about
truth?
what we've been discussing, Dan?
Yes.
How many would like to see the law changed? So when you have an MP or a councillor that represents themselves during a voting time, they're going to do this, they're going to do that, they're going to do that, and then when they get in power, they do jack shit. They even forget your fucking name and your address. So at the moment, as it stands, you can't get anybody out. They've got their term. So we've had several councillors in Devon who've been stealing money, fraud. One guy got, I think, £100,000 worth of fraud by claiming housing benefit when he was an actual councillor, worked at the council. He didn't have a job.
Yeah, sorry, Tina. Yes, Dave Kelly, and we do know that they do watch.
Yeah, they do watch. So anyway, because of that, you can't remove them. So there is a group I belong to, and without pushing it to the core, I'd like the panel's opinion on this. We're pushing for the rights. If an MP or a councillor steps outside the remit of their job and breaks their promise to the people that elected them, they should be allowed to be removed, not by Parliament, by a public committee who look into what they've done. They should be allowed to be removed with immediate effect if it's criminal. There shouldn't be all this ooh-ah. Oh, we'll give them a slap on the wrist and that's the end of it. That's my question to the panel.
Yeah, if it's criminal, they should be gone. End of. The people that are running this country on our behalf should be pillars of the community. Should be.
They're not.
I know that's a joke for me to say, but they should be pillars of the community. And if they break the law, like the police, you break the law, you're fucking gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
While they're in power as well, see all this fucking shit that they try to bring in, like amendments or call it whatever you want, like different changes to the law, but this and that.
Yeah.
I think anytime they want to implement shit like that, they need to put it to the public vote first. And if people say no, then it doesn't get brought in. Pure and simple. Instead of these fuckers that, you know what I mean?
I've said
instead of them bringing in shit like that we don't agree with, but it's going to go in anyway because that's who's in power at the time, it's tyrannical.
There is a consultation they do, but it's not public. It's junior members of Parliament that do it. They do the consultation. That's what the problem is. But my issue is, if someone has broken the law after getting into power, we should be able to remove them, like any employee in any job. If you commit an offence with your employment, you're dismissed immediately. But with Parliament and with councils, they draw out with 4 years of attending conferences, suggestions, council meetings. Oh, did they really do anything that bad? Or it's all this crap that comes out. So there's a group of us that are trying to get kind of a public opinion, shall we say, on whether or not people would like to see these laws come in. If you commit a crime, you're on your ass.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Well done, Tina.
Thanks, Gabby. It's just a group of weirdos. We all get together on occasions and have a weird chat.
No, you're no weirdos. You're doing the right thing.
It really bugs me when they can commit offences and get away with it.
I know.
It's not just that though, but the laws need to fucking change as well. Instead of having say you go and somebody goes out and commits 3 separate offences, right, and they'll get done for that. Instead of doing what they do, what I think is pretty fucking stupid, they look at what out of those 3, what carries the highest sentence, and then they go with that one. I think they should scrap that shit and start doing what they do in America, is they take each offence and whatever is the sentence is for each of them, and they're found guilty, they need to add them up, and then they get, you know what I mean? So they get the maximum of, say it's 5 years for this, 3 years for that, and 8 years for that. So what you do, you don't take the 8 years and just let them serve that. You add the 8, the 5, and the 3 together, and that's your fucking sentence. That's what you get.
They are giving harsher sentences to people currently since we left the EU courts. That is working because they've just given that girl got 8.5 years for accusing those poor 3 men of trafficking her and rape when she was actually committing the offences of injury to herself. She went out and bought a hammer and started beating her legs. And that's just so face.
One second, Tina. Sorry, I apologise. Crafts, Lost Souls has just said it, right? It is their job to prove that you have done something. It's not your job to prove that you're fucking innocent. So if they've got an issue, right, they can fucking go and do their fucking job, okay? And they shouldn't be knocking on your door until they've got evidence anyway.
I know.
Right, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to give Ginny a ring and see if she'll pick up the phone or talk to the police if they're willing.
All right.
I've just got to say, if you got a solicitor, phone your solicitor, talk to them, tell them what's happening. Do not say a word to the fucking pigs, and they can deal with your solicitor directly themselves. Right,
70442 and 73175. I presume that are their collar numbers. So 70442 and 73175. Listen, I've only got it's subscribers only. You've only got to subscribe for 5 minutes, then you can come on, and I promise I won't swear at you. If you want to come on here and ask a question, ask if she's been on here. You know, I promise you, I won't swear at you. I might not be very nice to you, but I won't swear at you. Right, okay, sorry. I've got somebody sitting in the back here. Some of you will, some of you like him, some of you don't, but I don't care. I'm going to bring him on anyway.
They're not learning how to use their phone.
Oh.
They won't answer.
Gotta do that.
Right. Oh, you fucking police are such wankers.
She's calling us a solicitor.
Do your fucking job and stop harassing people without fucking evidence. You absolute pieces of shit. Hiya, Fluke.
Hi there. Hi, Fluke.
Hi, mate. How you doing?
Hi, Fluke. How you doing?
Hi, Ken Dog. Hi, Ken Dog. Thank you. Appreciate that, mate.
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Doing all right, mate. Thank you.
Plodding on.
Getting there.
Sorry, I might have to change internet connections. Sorry. Put that up there. Cool. Sorry, yeah. Well, I missed. I caught a bit of the earlier conversation, but I had to pop out to the shops. So, and I wanted to ask Tina about the Mackenzie friend kind of thing. I did look into it, and I'm not quite sure how it works. So I was going to ask Tina about that, but she's obviously popped off. So
no, Tina's still there. Tina's still there. I've had a Mackenzie friend.
Oh, sorry, Tina. There you are.
I had to deal with a Mackenzie friend several years ago.
Yeah. I don't know if you can give me a brief explanation of that and how it works.
Mackenzie friend.
Yeah.
Hang on.
A Mackenzie friend is a not necessarily a solicitor, right? It's somebody who's been legally trained, but not to the standard of a solicitor or a lawyer, for example, and they can advise you still when you go to court, and they can basically give you advice about what to say and what to do, depending on what the case is.
They're used generally in a lot of cases in family court, in the majority of it, but they are very useful. They have a basic level of legal knowledge, but they are very useful because they're seen by the court as a genuine support if you go to court, if you see what I mean. Because they want, even though you're at court case, the judges have to make sure that you're represented accordingly, so you've got actual support when you go in. Because it is an intimidating place for a lot of people. You know, I've seen so many courts, but not through me. That's through my young offenders, so no criminal record. So I got that many quick. But yeah, I've done court with my young offenders for my centre. The police were harassing them, so I would go into the court as a representative of the senior attendance centre I ran and say, no, this is fabricated. When they say this person was committing an offence, they were with me at a centre, which they're locked in for 3 hours. So I'm telling the court, and the courts would accept it, and it was thrown out. You know, they used to make up all this crap about these kids. So I would attend court. I've seen a lot of judges. Yeah. I got told off by one. He said, why aren't you wearing a suit? Because I've just come from my job. He said, well, it's not appropriate for court. I said, well, if you give me notice, I would have put a fucking suit on, wouldn't I? What's the matter with you? You give me notice, I've just turned up from my centre. An hour down the road because I've got an emergency court hearing. What do you expect me to do? Carry suit? Sorry, I'm not that kind of person anyway. I am what I am. It is what it is. And he just went, oh, whatever, and carried on with it. It was all dismissed anyway. So,
correct me if I'm wrong, but surely it's not fucking mandatory to wear a suit in court. You don't have to if you don't.
If they don't like it, lump it.
Well, in court, you have to be professional. If you're representing someone and you don't appear professional, they're not going to take kindly to you, and it'll go against you. So you do need to be aware of decorum, as we say. And I did get pulled by one judge because he didn't believe that I nodded to him as I walked through the court. I said I wasn't aware he had a royal status which demanded that I had to nod and acknowledge who you were. So I do apologise for that. I got it wrong. So
at the end of the day, it's how you conduct yourself in court, it's how you act, how you speak. It shouldn't have anything to do with how you look, because
it does.
That's the discrimination at the end of the day. Surely
it's changed a bit though. It's changed, DJ, because there are a lot of magistrates and judges now that wear short sleeve capes and they've got tattoos and stuff. So you know it is changing forward, but it's taken a fucking long time. You know, it really has taken a long time. So
I need to leave you guys to it for a few moments. I will be back.
Yeah, I know what's coming now.
You're in charge, Roger.
Yeah, thank you.
Roger, can I ask you a panel question, please?
I'll be back in a moment.
Mate. Yes, darling, of course you can.
Right, so you talked about the mobile phone alert that's coming in, and a lot of people right across the country, even abroad, are fed up with this. But my question is, what are you all going to do about it? Because what I'm going to do is contact my phone provider and kick off for allowing this to happen. I'm then going to contact the government and kick off at them for abusing their powers and stealing access to our phones and tablets, right? That's what I intend to do. But unless every single person who's got a grievance with this does this, it will have no effect. Back to you, Roger. What are you going to do?
Ignore it. Easy for me.
Yeah, that just going to say there's an echo coming in from somewhere in the background of scratching and that. I don't know whether that's you, Loafer.
No, is it me?
No, it's not you.
Turned off. Sorry, I'm just going to turn it off again.
Okay, mate. Just to let you know, because it's bleeding over the chat a bit. That's all.
Can I answer Tina's question?
Yeah, carry on, Fluke. Carry on, mate.
Yeah, sorry to bother you guys. Listen, the whole thing with the alert thing, right, is those alerts were automatically set to on. And I've got probably the world's oldest fucking smartphone. It's so unsmart, it's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
And it was automatically set to on. So when you go into settings and turn it on and you go into settings, it gives you a search bar at the top of the settings, and you put in emergency alerts, and it comes up automatically, and you click on it, and they're all set to on, right? So that's automatically been set on every mobile phone in this country, any mobile phone anywhere, right?
But it's not just us.
Not on this one, it won't.
Right,
because
so
I'm running 2 and 3G, and the alerts on the government site told people it's only going out on 4 and 5G. It will not get to any phone that's on 2 or 3G.
Right, I didn't know that, so I appreciate that. So I'm on 4G, so that's why it was still on. So I turned it off. Right, so the point being is when they send that alert out and you can't use your smartphone unless you agree, because you've got no option to disagree to that alert.
Yes, you have. If you go on the government website, your phone won't work until you make an action, whether you dismiss or accept.
Right, so you have to go to the government to decide whether you can agree or disagree.
Yeah.
So then they know who you are, where you are, they know who you are and where you are, whether you agree or whether you disagree.
Yep, exactly.
Thing is, though, on many phones now,
you need the government's permission to agree or disagree to that application.
Yeah,
is what
the thing is, the application's pre-installed on most of people's phones anyway.
Hang on,
right,
Jack.
so it doesn't matter whether you agree on your mobile phone or you disagree on your mobile phone, or you agree on the government's website or disagree on the government's website. Either way, they know who you are, where you are, and they can activate or disable or whatever they want to do. They've got all control over what you do on your mobile phone or what you do on your internet access, on the basis of whether you agree or disagree, which doesn't make any fucking difference.
Exactly.
But the answer is,
those that have turned the app off, it will get through, and you will have to answer it one way or the other.
I'm testing that theory on mine, Roger, because I got like Dan's phone, and I went onto a site, and it showed me a different way. You know, you go through notifications, you find your emergency alerts. In this one, you go to notifications, go to advanced setting, you've got a wireless emergency system.
Yes.
All of that off. Mine's off. So I'm going to test and see what they do by leaving the phone switched on and see if it comes through. All of emergency alerts have been turned off on my phone. And I didn't notice that before, but my system updated, and I've got a facility on there now to turn the whole lot off on my S22. So I've just done that, and that was like, I went, I didn't see that before. So it came in with an update, so I've been given the opportunity to turn it off. But my question is, we're all saying it's wrong, but how many people are going to do something about this?
I think the other thing is
Sorry, Fluke, to talk over you there for a sec. Tina.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you want to privately get in touch with Crafts, but she's being arrested for harassment, threatening behaviour, and obstruction.
They won't talk to me. They want me to go through the phone.
Okay.
I've tried ringing. I'll try again. Hang on. Let me just cut this out, and I'll mute
sorry
everything.
to cut in there, Fluke. This is something that's been going on tonight, mate, and she's a regular on the channel, as you know, and she just gets constant harassment from the police.
Surprise, surprise, harassment from the police.
Yeah. Not unknown, is it?
Yeah, I've had that on 2 or 3 occasions. So yeah,
yes. But sorry, Tina, carry on, or whoever was in there.
Sorry, no, all I was going to say was when people were saying about the application and the notifications that come through, you turn your phone off, but then when you turn your phone back on again, you get an automatic. I think someone else mentioned that it was like a push notification. So as soon as you turn your phone back on, you know, that application will apply, and you still have to say yes, because you don't have the option to say no. And that's the problem that we have, is you don't have the option to say no, fuck off, Mr. Government. We don't.
Thank you, Lothar.
we don't want this notification. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple as that. If you haven't got the option to say no, then you don't have an option. It's as simple as that.
But whichever way you go on it, that they're going to know who you are. They're going to know you're either for it or against it, and they will make a database of that. You can guarantee it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
And by replying to it, they will also know your number. It's coming out as a blanket alert, but if you respond, they know who's responding.
Sorry, guys. First of all, Crafts, if you can still hear me, just smile. No comment. Don't get angry with them. Just do not even explain yourself. Okay, go. If you have to go with, if you've been arrested, you're gonna have to go with them. Just go with them. Sit in the fucking in the interview room. No comment. No comment. No comment. They can't do fuck all about it. They need to prove. They need to prove that you've done something wrong, not the other way round, as I've said. All right. So stay calm. No comment. Laugh when you say it as well, just to piss them off.
Yeah, they're not allowing her answer her phone, so I can't get through. So.
Right. Secondly, Lofa, thank you. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
I'm glad you're back, man, because I need a piss.
Daniel Bostock did a pre-essay of it. If people are interested in reading the book in its entirety, go over to Daniel Bostock's site. It's called The British Police Farce. Basically, it took all this data and all his comments on it from Peter Richards' book, Brief History of Crime. He had to rewrite it because the legislation has changed so much. It's now called Abolition of Liberty. It's a bloody good book. I recommend everybody reads it. But if you just want a 20-minute breakdown, Daniel Bostock's British Police Farce.
Yeah, that's a good video as well. I have seen that one. In fact, if somebody can find the link for me, one of the mods on Daniel Bostock's, he should still have his YouTube channel up. If you can find the video, the British Police Farce, and you can drop that into the chat, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt you there, Fluke, and the rest of you guys.
No, I was trying to sort of interject into the conversation that we had the other. I remember watching the live stream that you did with the guys that you had, like using the what was the phone stuff rather than the StreamYards thing the other night.
Oh, the panel.
Yeah. But it wasn't. Yeah,
Go on.
it wasn't the StreamYards. They used the phone call. What's it called? The fucking phone-in conversation thing.
The one you had with Rev, Dan.
Yeah, no, that was all done on StreamYard, but we had a call in as well, which
I think it was probably on the wrong channel then, because that was Based Welshman on there and yourself.
Yeah, Welshie, me, Rev. It was all done through StreamYard, but he's got a device that I can Bluetooth my phone to do the phone calls through without having to do it through Skype on the computer.
Oh, because I was trying to get through on Skype and I couldn't get through, and it kept rejecting my call. So I didn't. I assumed that
I had a few phone calls. I had a few phone calls come through on the Skype on my phone because I hooked it up by Bluetooth, and when I got the Skype call on my phone, I answered it, and it put the sound output through the stream. So I don't know why it wasn't. Why you wasn't able to get through.
It was probably a problem my end rather than yours. So yeah, no problem. No. I just wanted to get on that particular stream because you were talking about so much stuff, and it was like I feel like I wanted to go on just to sort of explain my end of the perspective, if you like. So
right.
But I didn't miss anything, so it wasn't a big deal. But
I'm not sure why it. As I say, a couple of people managed to get through. I don't know if anybody else had troubles getting through. Maybe there was an issue with Skype, I don't know.
What was that on the revs the other night?
It was more than likely that every time I used Skype to try and get through to you on the number that you published in the live stream, it kept ringing and ringing and ringing, and then it would just cut off. You know,
it may have been
because the average length of the call on Rev stream was about an hour.
It could have, it could have been if we was already talking to somebody at the time, because there is a delay and it's hard to know when to phone. And sometimes when I phone people, sometimes I literally have to redial, and eventually I'll get through. But if it's ringing and it's not being answered on a live stream, the chances are I'm on a call with somebody, and obviously it doesn't tell you that it's engaged or anything. It just rings. It doesn't say that it's on another call at the moment. It will just ring, which is a pain in the arse, to be honest.
Yeah, that's because you can have the multi-call going, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to say hello to Sonic, who's in the room up there, over there, somewhere over there.
Hi.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to respond to that, and I just wanted to quickly touch, if you want me to, on central bank digital currencies, because they're really going after that now.
Yeah, by all means, help yourself. Have at it.
Yeah. Fucking hell, where do you want me to start with that shit?
Oh no, not from the beginning. We'll be here all fucking night.
But yeah, I mean, that's where they're going. They're really pushing it now. They're pushing it. Well, I think the last one was called Unicoin, and they're trying to make this sound like Bitcoin, or do you know what I mean? They're trying to make it sound legitimate.
Yeah.
From a central bank perspective. And what they're trying to do is lure people in on the Bitcoin thing, and and all the rest of it, and it's not. It's about, if you imagine three people, right? So you've got central bank, right? You've got a commercial bank, and then you've got me and you, the consumers of that central bank currency, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you've got a central bank that issues money to a commercial bank, and the commercial bank then loans you the money, me and you, with credit cards or loans or this, that, and the other, right? What the central bank can do with a central bank digital currency is bypass the commercial bank and loan you the money directly. So they've got no reason to have an intermediary. It's like the equivalent of a gangster cutting out the middleman, basically. That's what it is. So what you end up with is the central bank loaning or giving you your money directly, and then you can only use it the way they want you to use it.
Yeah.
And it cuts out the absolute middleman, which is the commercial banks, right? What's happened with SBV and the Signature Bank and the other bank that went down, they're literally cutting out all of these commercial banks, because the only people that are going to be left is people like JP Morgan Chase, all those mega banks, and that's what happened. As soon as what happened with SVB, a lot of people took their money out of whatever, even if you was NatWest or Halifax or whatever it was, people were taking their money out and shifting it to the big banks because they thought it'd be safer there. Do you know what I mean? But it ain't. It's just a control mechanism. As soon as you take your money out of those smaller banks and transfer it to the big banks, they've got more control. Yeah. And all they're going to do is wipe out those middle managed accounts, like regional banks and stuff like that. It's exactly the same thing that happened with Northern Rock, 12 years ago.
The speed.
Well, talking of digital currency. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you, Savage World Aviation, and I'm sorry to hear about your dad. Secondly, Gregory Durderian, if that's how you pronounce it. Hello to the USA. Thank you for joining us. And thirdly, KP Nutt says, I go for the Pap coin. Well, I was thinking, to be honest, of creating a digital currency, a little bit like Coley Burke's did, but one that actually works. Did I say that out loud? But that's for another time. That's not something that I'm even going to consider talking about at the moment, but it was something that popped into my head a little while back. But yeah, so digital currency. I mean, I not so much now, but I have traded digital currency. I do have some digital currency that I use, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and
I got no currency of any type.
You know, it as Fluke's saying, it's the central banks are trying to make it, are trying to sort of link it to the real digital currency, the Bitcoin and all that, and the way that works, and it can't be tampered with and all the rest of it. I think they're trying to make it sound similar to that, when obviously they're going to be able to track everything because it goes through the central government and the banks.
Can I just make a point? Can I make a point there?
Go on.
Right. The point is they're trying to sell it to the public as if the central bank digital currency is the same as Bitcoin.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, that's not the case, because Bitcoin's, well, it is traceable, but if you use something like Monero and other stuff, then it's untraceable, right? So you could buy something from me with Monero and nobody can trace it, right? Now, the point with central bank digital currencies is not only is it traceable, it's linked to the carbon tax, the carbon tax thing as well. So everything will eventually become linked. So your bank account is linked, your facial recognition is linked, your mobile phone is linked.
Your Facebook and YouTube.
It just might as well just link everything, because at the end of the day, what they want to do is control how you spend and where you spend, and they want to control if you can spend it there. Do you want to buy a steak on Tuesday, but you can only buy one steak a week, right? So they have to have that kind of control to say, well, you bought a steak last Tuesday, so you can't buy one on Friday. And they'll block your central bank digital currency from you buying a steak 4 days after you just bought a steak. Do you know what I mean? That is the type of control these people want. And that's what I think people need to understand, because that type of control is literally, it's good night Vienna. If they get that type of control, you might as well not bother doing a live stream anymore.
Yeah.
Because that's where it's going.
Yeah, I mean, you say about like Bitcoin can be traced. There are ways to make it untraceable through Bitcoin, but you've got to be clever. The problem with the digital currency from the banks and the government is that you will have one account. You have one wallet, one account, and that can be traced. When you use your brain and you transfer it between multiple currencies and multiple wallets and whatever, you can make it impossible to find, be it not for a forensic or auditor or something who will spend weeks trying to find all of your accounts, or months. But you can make it almost impossible to find.
Okay, this is another thing that I found out, and it's like with things like Monero and Dero and stuff like that, and there's multiple accounts. But if you look at FTX, do you remember FTX and the whole shutdown of FTX?
There's been so many, but right. Yeah.
So the shutdown of FTX wasn't about the fact that they tried to use the media to say that FTX was equivalent to Bitcoin, and it wasn't. FTX was a platform where if you held Bitcoin or you held Ethereum, or you held this, or you held that, you could hold it in FTX, and FTX was like a bank basically for digital currencies.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't but they appropriated it in the minds of the masses, that the fact that FTX was a digital currency, and it wasn't a digital currency. It was a holding place where you put your digital currency in there, and they would pay you interest on your holdings of digital currency. So it's effectively like a bank, if you like, for digital currencies. But it wasn't. And the reason it wasn't was because FTX had $9 million worth of reserves, but it had $9 billion worth of liabilities. Who would invest their money in a company that had that sort of liability?
Yeah.
You've got to be an absolute fucking idiot to put even if I had Bitcoin, I wouldn't have put it into FTX. Not in a fucking long shot.
I've never, and I used to teach people years ago how to trade. I'm not an expert by any means, and I'm not going to talk to it. I'm not going to go into it on here because I don't. You don't invest into anything like that until you've done your own fucking research, proper research. And I'm not going to explain or talk about how to get into it or anything like that on here. That's not what this is about. But if you have digital currency and you put it into a website to hold on to, right, an exchange or as Fluke was saying, FTX, and they say that they're going to give you interest on it, run away as fast as you can. Okay, you don't need interest on cryptocurrency, number one, because the over, some will fail, yes, okay, some will fucking go to the moon, as they say. Hate that fucking saying. But if you're clever, you will keep all of your currency in your own offline cold storage wallet, okay, which no fucker can get hold of. No website can then get hacked and your money gets stolen. No website can run away with your money. Nobody can do anything with it. The government's one. The government will have control over your money, even though it's cryptocurrency, and even though they're trying to make it sound like Bitcoin and that you're being controlled and all that kind of shit. No, you won't. The only way you're being in control is with proper digital currency that is regulated on the network, on the open network that I can't remember the fucking phrases for it now, on the blockchain, that can't ever be tampered by anybody, because every single computer that's running on that blockchain has to agree that change has happened. Whereas through the government one, they will be in control. They will press a button and you lose it. They will press a button and you can't spend it. They'll press a button and you can only spend a bit of it, or you can't spend it where you want to spend it. Bad news for everybody all round.
Yeah, I think you made a very good point there, and I think the point that a lot of people don't understand is when they take down the internet, which they will, I guarantee you, they will take down the internet, right? And when you turn it, when it's all turned back on, right, then it'll be a case of you have to register with your digital ID or whatever it is they come out with, you know what I mean, to get back onto the internet. Now, say you've got 20 grand invested in Bitcoin, for argument's sake. If you can't access the internet without your digital ID, then you're fucked, aren't you? You know what I mean?
Yes, but there's so much money. There's so much money in the cryptocurrency space. There's so many trillions that people will come up with.
Sorry, the point being, maybe I didn't make my point correctly. What I'm saying is if you don't have a digital ID to access the internet in the first place, then you don't have access to your Bitcoin or whatever it is. Right?
Yeah.
So the point being is that they then have access to know who you are, where you're accessing that money from, even if Bitcoin still exists, for argument's sake, right? Then they know who you are, where you're accessing it from, and where you're transferring that money from, to, or what you're using to buy it for. That is complete control of the internet, because without that, you're fucked. You can't even get online and do a StreamYards chat like we are doing tonight, right? Without the YouTube telling you can do it, because without a digital ID, you won't be able to even do a live stream like this. It's as simple as that.
I've got to be honest, Luke. I'm surprised we're still running now after what the discussions we've had tonight.
Right, I think I better shut them now.
Giving them advice.
I think that's Dan. It's because of free speech. They can't shut down channels just because they don't fucking like them.
But they do.
I know they places, but it is about free speech. They've got to. And also, as we know, they follow us. They want to know if the instigators on. They can knock on my door any day. They ain't coming in. So not unless you've got a fucking warrant. So.
Well, I was going to say, has anybody else got any questions in the chat?
Sorry, this just another thing I wanted to say, and I've done this myself. You know, I've taken cash out of my bank account. It's not my money because I'm skint anyway, but at the end of the day, I thought I'd take as much money as I could out of my bank account using my overdraft and sticking it in my drawer. And I thought, well, if we end up with a cashless society, right, what good is that cash doing in my drawer?
Not long.
Yeah, I'm fucked, aren't I? I could have 500 quid in my drawer, and what am I going to do with that 500 quid if Co-op and Tesco's and Sainsbury's and Asda don't accept cash anymore?
I don't think we'll ever. I don't think we ever will be. There will never be a cashless society.
No, but this is the way. And I don't disagree with Tina because I like Tina a lot. She talks a lot.
Hang on a minute, mate. Bumblebee, if it's not clear in your head, sweetheart, have a lay down, turn yourself off from it, get yourself back together, and then come back in, sweetheart.
Sorry, I just wanted to say to Tina. No. This is the way they're heading, and this was the whole same thing with COVID to a certain degree. It was about compliance. Do you know what I mean? This is all it is. The same thing evolves with the monetary system as did with COVID. It was about.
It does in a way. Where I disagree is the stock exchange relies on money. It's money. It's the pound, the US dollar. The cryptocurrency is a different matter. It's not exactly 100% safe. And I do not believe in my lifetime, I hope I've got another 40 years, I want to be 100 at least, get a card from the king if he's still alive. So basically, I do not believe in my lifetime that they're ever going to take away cash because it's used for business. Large amounts of cash are wire transferred. Cryptocurrency is a very up and down process. You haven't got no guarantees of a win, and you get heavy losses at times. So
this is why they want to come in with centralised.
The only thing I wanted to say, and I don't disagree with you in the broad sense, but what I'm going to say to you is the fact that who controls that central bank currency, whether it's a fiat currency or a corporate currency or corporate. You know, anything that involves that is controlled. It's centrally controlled.
We've been controlled from the minute we were born.
So what I'm saying is, sorry, Tina.
We've been controlled since we were born, mate. That's the issue.
Yeah, I know that. So what I'm saying to you now is the fact that all they need to do is scare enough sheep, right? To realize that they can't use cash anymore, and they'll start using their debit cards and their credit cards and their electronic transfers and whatever else it is, and they'll use that as an
win some, lose some. Be respectful, or next time you will be booted. Not just have your comment deleted, mate.
Right. So they'll use that as a way of herding the sheep, as it were, into the electronic fucking sphere of finance. So it doesn't matter about the dollar or the pound or anything else because they're worthless currencies anyway.
Right.
What it is this isn't about whether a currency is the dollar is worth something, or the pound is worth something, or the yen is worth something. It ain't about that. The whole point is about drawing people in to an electronic system where it doesn't matter about, you know, this pound note or that pound note, or, you know, this dollar or that dollar, you know, or the Canadian dollar or the Australian dollar. It's not about physical money. It's about drawing people out of that system and putting in them a system where everything's electronic. It's an electronic system. It doesn't rely on pound notes and physical money. It doesn't rely on that. If they can draw enough people, which they've done with COVID, if they can draw enough stupid people into that system, they've got control. This isn't about money. This is about control.
I agree with you, Fluke, but my argument is this: unless the public get together and stand up to this nonsense, you're not going to win any battle. That is the problem that COVID caused. It wasn't about the bug. It was about control of generations in every country across the world. Okay, it was, let's see what we can do and see how much control we got. That's what it was. It was control. Yeah. And unfortunately, it's put the fear of God in every human being on this planet. You go out and you cough in the street, people are crossing the road. Nobody wants to help anybody anymore. There are very few groups that stand up for the rights of others and stand together. They don't anymore. It's gone.
No, I tell you what, I agree with Tina exactly what you're saying, because this is the point. The point is if you like, COVID was just a test of compliance. That's all it was.
It's exactly what it was. It was a test.
Now, yeah, exactly. Now what you've got is a test of financial compliance. So the same people that were scared and shit-faced and wearing their fucking masks and social distancing and all that bullshit are the very same people who are going to go, right, central bank digital currencies, we'll go with that. We'll drop our currency. You know, what was it, Delarue? Yesterday, Delarue said that there was no profit in printing money anymore. The biggest fucking printing company in the world, printing physical currency, said there's no profit in it anymore.
But they have to,
and the reason it's going that way is because they want to draw as many sheeple into the digital space.
I agree that, but how many people don't have internet? How many people don't have access to that?
But the point is the fact that
they'll get forced onto it. They'll get forced to use it.
Okay, so say my mum, for argument's sake, she's 80 years old. She doesn't even know how to send a fucking text message, let alone fucking internet banking, right? So, and they don't give a shit. If you can't participate, you're out of the system. They don't give a fuck about you. Do you know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about me. Even if all these guys on the panel and the people in the chat, right? If none of us can get into that system, right, and we can't use the internet, or we don't know how to use a computer or a mobile phone or whatever, then it doesn't matter to the people that, you know, the people that mean to sort of control you. Because once if you can't get into the system, then you're fucked. You're out of the system anyway. And they don't give a shit either way.
Sorry, Stuart, go ahead. I was just going to say, in regards to this whole fucking COVID shit, it was absolutely definitely a fucking test. And pretty much guarantee you now, right? See, if half the amount of people hadn't their fucking back done and complied with the fucking getting the jibby, social distancing, wearing the fucking face masks, and guarantee right now, if not even half the people fell for that shit and did that, you would never be getting these fucking text messages trying to scare people again. That's exactly why they've done it.
Yeah, there are YouTube channels. There is a doctor called Dr. Campbell. They tried to shut down during COVID because he was putting the truth out about these jabs. He was putting out the truth.
Dr. Campbell, though. Sorry, Tina. Dr. Campbell, didn't he start pro-vaccine?
No. Yeah, he did. Yeah, but he's changed his mind completely about it. I got it wrong. I know he's one of the guys who's most highly critical about it as well.
He's got the data coming out now, which proves that only 20,000 died of actual COVID. The rest were complicated other issues, etc. But I'm going to ask another question to the panel. What is the biggest thing we can do as a public to bring Parliament down?
I'll answer that question.
Don't listen to them.
Reincarnate Guy Fawkes and give him better training.
No, there's an easier way to do it.
Stop fucking complying.
Resist, defy, do not comply.
Right.
It's as simple as that. Because if you imagine what happened over COVID, right? And you got all these police officers running around fucking arresting people and giving them tickets and arresting people having a barbecue on Brighton Beach. Do you know what I mean? All that bullshit, right?
Right.
Now, if everybody stopped complying with this bullshit, right, they couldn't get away with it. There's 60 million plus people in this country. If 60 million people stopped complying, what are they going to do with 125,000 police officers? Fuck all. Is what
there's an easier way to do this, Luke. I'm starting my process with local council. I am fed up with the lies. If every single person who agrees with what the panel says, and a lot of these groups I go to believe in the same things, I appreciate everyone's opinion on that. Stop fucking voting. Parliament relies on our votes. They cannot get a party together without our vote. So stop voting for these assholes and shut Parliament down. That's an easy thing that 68 million people living in the UK can do. Stop voting. Councils, local elections, and parliamentarians.
I completely agree with Tina on that. But the question is what amount of compliance? You know, because you probably got 60-70% of people that complied with everything to do with COVID, right? Now, if you got 60 to 70% of people that complied with COVID, this is why it was a test of compliance. Because the next test of compliance is going to be, can we test them about central bank digital currencies or whatever it is that they want to come next?
The point I was making,
the whole point of that is, sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you, sorry. But the point is all they're doing is pushing the buttons of compliance, because all they're doing is testing how much they can get away with each time they do it, right? We did that thing, remember Event 201, 3 months before COVID-19 came out, was Event 201 by the World Health Organization, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Johns Hopkins University. And then what did they do? Last year, they did another one called Catastrophic Contagion, sponsored by, guess who? World Health Organization, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Johns Hopkins University. Yet again, this is just a pure, absolute revision of everything they've done. All they're doing is testing compliance. And what's going to happen is you're going to end up in a situation where people are going to just comply to, you've got to have a central bank digital currency, and you've got to have a digital bank account and a digital this and a digital that, and you can't get online unless you've got a digital this or a digital that or a digital ID. You know, that's where they're going with this.
Right,
because none of it works. None of it works unless there's compliance.
Right, hang on a minute, Luke. The next compliance we have is on the 23rd of April with this alert that's going out. As I said earlier, when this goes out, this is compliance. And unless you stop it and put in official complaints about taking over your phone to your phone provider and the government, that's compliance. You've got to start talking to people. Use your emails. Send complaints in. This is an abuse of my rights. It's data protection breach. That's what you have to tell these people.
Which basically, Tina, backs up my fucking theory exactly that this is exactly why they're fucking doing it.
Yes.
It's more fucking, it's a psyops. It's more fucking fear porn in order to get control.
They're testing the theory.
That's all it is. Because they know for a fact that because they've done this shit with COVID, an amount of fucking sheep actually went along with it. they know for a fact these same idiots are going to fucking comply with this. It's the only reason they're doing it. More fear, manipulation, and fucking control.
Sasha, does that mean the thousands can join you on that?
I think the point I wanted to make about this is whatever rabbit hole we go down in this scenario, it still comes back to the basics, which is compliance. It's about people complying with what was it, Sonic? You just said something. It's about compliance. It's about whether it's central bank digital currency compliance, whether it's facial recognition, whether it's like, you've got to log into your bank account with your phone and this, that, and other, and you can't buy fucking food without your phone, and they can track everything you do digitally. You know what I mean? It's about compliance.
I get all started with 9/11.
Yeah, the bottom line is, at the end of the day, if you stop fucking complying, then you don't have to comply. It's that simple.
It's not
but
just about
unfortunately, we live in a fucking world where too many people say, yes, daddy government, I'm going to comply. And they're the people leading everybody else down the shithole.
But they need our power. They need our privilege. They need our vote to be able to build a government to do this. If they don't have your vote, the whole parliament could collapse. If a large proportion of the United Kingdom were not going to vote for the local election.
Tina, much as I love you, because you're a lovely lady,
love you too.
Right? How many people do you think vote? If you vote in the first place, you're a fucking idiot, right? If the general population,
that's not a nice thing to say about people.
I wasn't talking
calling cards in the bin. So
I wasn't talking to Tina personally, right? I'm talking.
I know you weren't. You're probably talking about me, right, or somebody else on the panel.
Right.
Everybody has a right to make
who are you to ask who's voting? Who calls someone an idiot? Jesus, dude.
What I'm saying to you, no, don't be a fucking dick, right? What I'm saying is...
Dan,
easy.
Fluke, shut up a minute.
Hang on.
Shut up a minute, Fluke. Dan, can we stop this as the Fluke show again? Because this subject has been going on for too long now. There's other people want to ask questions and shit.
We will move. Yeah, we'll move on to. Listen, I'll let you finish what you're in the middle of saying, and then we'll go to some questions from the comments, and we'll choose. We'll potentially get onto a different subject.
Yeah, we've got time now.
It is important. It is important. It is an important subject. I agree. But I still think we need to cover as much as possible and make it. No, it's fine. I'm not having a go at anybody. I'm just saying. If we cover like we did earlier, we covered many different subjects, and some people are not interested in some subjects, but are interested in others. So if we have a different flow of conversations, then we can get more, everybody involved at some point, rather than people, sitting there zoning out. So Fluke, I'll let you finish what you were saying, and then we'll move on, mate.
Okay, mate. I think what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way is the fact that, and I don't disagree with Tina. I agree with Tina in the sense that, we shouldn't be voting. We should be, to be honest with you, as far as I'm concerned, we should take every one of those motherfucking MPs out of that fucking Houses of Parliament and string the motherfuckers up. Do you know what I mean? That's what they deserve. They've all been lying. They've all been taking the fucking piss for the last fucking 3 years. They've been bullshitting all of us, right? Now, the point I'm trying to make is the fact that it doesn't matter. You can't vote your way out of tyranny. Tyranny is always going to be there. You can't vote your way out of it, And I agree with Tina that, if everybody sort of got a grasp of this mentally and realised they were being fucked over, then yeah, we might have a way out of this scenario. But unfortunately, the vast majority of people are fucking so dumb and so indoctrinated into this mentality that they can vote their way to freedom, right? They're fucking stupid. These people are fucking stupid. And it doesn't matter what we do from now onwards. What really matters is the fact that those fucking stupid people ain't got a fucking clue what's going on, and that's what the majority of the elite rely on. They rely on the fact that you don't have a fucking clue what's going on.
There's a fact that
not you and me. I'm not saying you and me in person. I'm just saying they rely
generally
on the fact that the general population hasn't got a clue what's going on.
And if voting actually made a difference in the first place, it wouldn't be allowed.
That's just
I think there was an old saying that it was like if voting made a difference, it would be illegal.
That's right. Yeah. All right. So I mean, good conversation, guys. I just
mate. Just crack on.
I know that you get passionate. I understand. Sometimes I mean, I'm guilty of that myself sometimes, and I talk about things people get bored about, and you know, sometimes I need to be shouted at by Roger. I just want to say, Debbie. So before we move on to questions from the comments again, Debbie says, "So what happens if you don't own a mobile phone or just have a house phone?" We did discuss this a bit earlier on, and Fluke brought this up. Is you will get left behind. They don't give a shit. Okay, it is either adapt or die, basically. That's how they, you know, that's the best way that I can put it is adapt or die. And the people that are running this shit show don't give a shit about the people that can't get involved. They're just
in that case, mobile. Bye bye.
I think the answer is comply or die.
Yeah. Yes. Pretty much. Yeah.
There's always been. I'm trying to think of the word.
Sorry, Dan. Holly, if you want to unblock him, I just didn't like what he said there, so he can fuck off as far as I'm concerned. I'm not taking prisoners tonight. We've had enough of it.
Right. Okay. Next question. Do we have any more questions in the comments?
There's always been normalcy and compliance, but there's also been, mutations, like in terms of where people thinking, and like when you're saying about how people vote, you're talking about sheep, people like don't really know what's going on. I mean, I voted last election. There was one here in March, and I voted Labour, and I knew the guy didn't have a chance. All right, he's just a young kid. All right, and the May elections are coming up now, and I'm going to vote then, but I'm not going to vote Labour. All right, I'm going to vote for the Reform Party. All right, and it's all because of Farage. Okay, I'm just going to say that. Now I know, right? They've got like agenda for like really, like for fracking here, but I think that they'll actually go back on that. I'm not saying that it's going to work out that they're going to be coming, like into the number 10 Downing Street in any time soon. But I just think that an alternative, like a Reform Party, right, will reform the institutions, because some of the institutions still actually need abolishing here. And I think that what we're going to start seeing in the next few years is there will be the decay and a consolidation of the state. And what form that takes, I don't know, because I mean, maybe there will be a revolution. I think that in the bigger scheme of things, with the monetary thing, they're going to need fast transactions, so they're going to want like to be able to make things work more fluid, but to be able to shut you off too, so if you ever break any rules, you're going to be shut down. It'd be like you put basic universal credit or whatever it is, and they'll control you that way. And then it's 15 minutes.
It won't be long before your kids are paying for your indiscretions and your grandkids, like North Korea.
Yep.
In fact, I watched a documentary a week or two ago. I can't remember what it was called, and it was saying about how North Korea, if you do something, okay, that you get locked up for, your kids and your extended family can all get locked up with you, even though they've done nothing. They can all get locked up as well. And if a child is born in prison, that child will stay in fucking prison until whatever age it's allowed out again.
Yeah.
And they've done fuck all wrong,
Yeah.
and it's because of one person's indiscretion, and the whole family, maybe two or three generations, will be paying for that mistake. And this is to stop people from going against the government.
Right.
Right. Can I just make a point? Sorry, Pat.
Go on.
Right. What we have to understand is the fact that these people, that World Economic Forum, the World Health Organization, whoever it is you want to point the finger at, that's irrelevant. The point is they want a system of control. That's the point. Whether it's controlling your money, your movements, your 15-minute cities and all that bullshit, right? They want a system of control, just like China. They've got facial recognition. They've got what is it with the social credit scoring and all the rest of it. And they've got literally control of where you can go and what you can do and when you can do it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is the point of this system. This system isn't about China. This system is about complete control, right? Whether you're in the UK or America or Australia or New Zealand or Canada or whatever it is, it doesn't matter. This is about control. These people these people don't give two shits. They've controlled the money supply. They've controlled the stock markets. They control the gold supply. They control the silver supply. They control every mineral on this planet. The one thing they don't have control of is people. And this is where it's going. They're controlling people. It's as simple as that.
The real King James, you say, if no one voted, it would cease to operate. It would no longer be required. It's not required now. The only reason voting is allowed now is because it gives us the illusion that we have a fucking say in the matter.
Meaningless choice.
Voting is the equivalent of fucking just literally putting your ticket in a fucking slave box. That's
no. I mean, as I said before, if my vote is going to count, right, and they know that it's been issued, and they know who's voted, all I'm saying is that if I don't vote for that main party and my vote's there, it just, doesn't matter where it
voting. Voting is the equivalent of two birds. You're voting for one wing or the other wing. Do you know what I mean? Or two cheeks of the same arse. That's all you're doing. Don't think that voting your way out of fucking tyranny is going to get you anywhere, because it ain't going to get you anywhere. You can't vote your way out of tyranny. Tyranny imposes.
I know that. Preaching to the converted.
Right. So what are you talking about voting for then?
I'm telling you, because
if I'm preaching converted,
Float. I know you're passionate about it, but listen, when somebody else has got an opinion that you might disagree with, the way that you're coming across sometimes, and I'm just trying to be honest with you, the way you're coming across sometimes is quite aggressive about their opinions.
And we've heard it week after week.
And if you're going to ask somebody a question, at least let them finish it.
Oh, again.
Let them answer. I mean.
All right, not trying to pick on anyone. I just want to try and keep it, as easy going as I can. I do let people get excited because they're passionate, and I think that's important to hear people's passion. But I just sometimes it's easy to get to let that to let that run away from yourself a little bit. So
But it is, and I agree with Saul. You have the right to vote. It is your choice, and you have to choose carefully which party gets in. Local elections are a good indication of the way it's going to go. So we've got local elections coming up in May. You've got the same, Saul? In May?
That's right. Yeah, so I think around the 20s, isn't it? Around the 23rd.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so we've got local elections in May, and I've refused to vote in that because we've had a Labour council here for 40 years, and they don't do anything. All they do is waste our money. Right. I mean, there's not enough people to stop them. So
I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I'd really like to hear Saul's answer to Flick's question.
Well, fuck you if that's what you think. Fuck you off. Quite simple, isn't it? Press the off button.
So, what was that question, Flick?
Sorry, I didn't hear what the question was.
I'm just saying that you asked Saul a question, and then Dan had to intervene because he wasn't able to answer it.
I don't know. I'm not trying to upset people on here because I want to have a discussion. I want us to come together. You know, we're all good people on here. You know,
and that wasn't really what I was aiming at.
With the exception of Pap, we're all decent people, you know.
Yeah. That's because I'm exceptional.
Me and you finally agree on something.
Well, I heard you asking.
And actually, I must make a point as well. Roger's a pain in the fucking ass.
Oh, right, I'm as big as pain in the ass.
I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
You're talking about the linebacker, right?
You know, all I'm trying to say to people is, regardless of votes and elections and all this other nonsense, do you know what I mean? If you stop complying with all this bullshit, it will go away. Because the only reason they've got the power they've got is because you and I and every other twat in this country complies with this bullshit. Right? If you stop complying, they have no power. It's as simple as that. If you stop complying, we have the power and they don't.
I remember you were asking Saul a question about voting and why he doesn't. You wanted his.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
So you asked Saul about why he voted or something like that, like his perspective of it. So I'm just wondering what Saul was going to say about that.
I'm not being rude to Saul, and I'm sure he's a nice bloke.
No,
you know?
I'm just interested in hearing what Saul was going to say, what his response is, what his answer to your question is. That's all.
Yeah, and all I was saying was it doesn't matter who you vote for. You can vote left, you can vote right, you can vote liberal, you can keep voting your way to freedom, because you ain't going to get no freedom all the time you keep voting, is all I'm going to say in that respect.
With that said, I'm going to make a decision here, okay? There's one question from Webby that I'm going to put on the screen. And after that, I want to come off of politics, because politics ain't my thing. And I'm kind of sitting here letting everybody else talk because I haven't really got much to say about it, because it's not, that's not what I deal with. So I don't get as involved as some of you guys. So I want to talk about something I can get involved in. It's my fucking channel. I'll stamp my feet.
Go, Dan.
Go on, Pat.
Right. So Webby said it's easy to talk about all that is wrong with government, and I agree, but can we ask the panel their thoughts on the solution, a credible alternative to the current system?
Yeah. Can I offer that, Dan?
By all means, go ahead, Tina.
I'd like to answer that. There is a solution to the problem. At this current stage, if you're elected for 4 years of service and you're elected as a councillor for 3 years of service, even if they commit an offence, they can't be removed by law. They're allowed to continue getting public money as a criminal. It's very difficult to get politicians out. If they had a system put in place that we, the people, suggest in taking them out the minute they commit an offence and a breach of their job, they would think twice about going against the people. There has to be consequences to their damn actions. So you get a guy like a councillor claiming housing benefit for a dozen houses, including his own, and he never declared it. And he didn't even get jail time. He got away with it. And he had over £200,000 worth of housing benefit. There was another councillor who was sexually abusing female members of staff. They couldn't get rid of him. The female staff wouldn't even go into the same room as him. They were so scared. This is what needs to happen to make a change. They are so confident in their power because currently you can't remove them. There needs to be a system put into place. You break the rules, you're out on your ass, and you're replaced. That's my view.
Like I said to you before, it's about the institutions. Some of them are broken, so
yeah, definitely
need to go.
Need to go. Yeah, you do. That's mine. That's how I'm answering.
Anybody else got something quick to say about that, or should we leave, or do we agree with Tina?
We agree. I agree with you.
That's a massive start.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would also recommend changing the laws and the punishments.
I'm going to set up a petition, and I'll put you a link to it. I'm going to set up a petition, which I'm going to put on through the parliamentary papers, through this group I'm with, and I'll try and get as many signatures as I can to try and revoke a law coming in that anyone that in Parliament loses their job immediately.
Brilliant.
But then the petitions and stuff like that goes through Parliament, and they're going to look at that and disagree with it right away and throw it out.
No, it's a public committee we're going through, because you've got Parliament, but then you've got the civil service. So this is a public group that is actually doing this. So I'll get the link and I'll sort it all out for people. If you want to vote, vote. If you don't, no matter, does it? Just comply.
I'll definitely fucking sign that shit.
I've been led to believe that the Indian civil service, which was originally set up by the British Raj, is one of the most incorruptible, or at least was one of the most incorruptible civil services in the entire world. But has anybody seen, Jeremy, has anybody seen Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister about how ridiculously corrupt and blind the British civil service have done recently? I think Mrs. Thatcher actually wrote into them and said, "Where are you getting your inside information from? It's making us look bad."
Right, I think that comes down to a basic principle, which is the system isn't broken, it was designed that way.
No, I think it's the people that's working in it. They're all twisted.
Anybody that actively wants power, okay. Anybody that actively wants power, okay, which is all the people that are in government, okay. To me, it says it was broken from the beginning. It doesn't, I don't believe that it's something that's happened over time. I believe they've created it for people in power to control people. As much
the point, I think the point here is
to do that to people.
The system is completely corrupt from the beginning, right? And it was designed to be corrupt, and it invites people in there. It invites.
We're living in the anti-system.
It invites people from a corrupt system to come into a corrupt system. So if you're a corrupt MP, or you're a corrupt police officer, or you're corrupt this, or you corrupt that, the only way you get all those benefits, your pensions and your fucking salary every month, is you're a corrupt cunt that's going to go along with this fucking corrupt system. That's what it is.
They scratch each other's back.
That's what it is.
I'll put another question to the panel. How many of you have ever seen or spoken? How many of you have ever seen or spoken to a councillor face to face when you need their help, or an MP?
Me. I had
recently. Never. No.
I wrote to my local MP 10 years ago.
Yeah, a lot about the local one.
But before 20 years ago, I could get access to MPs and MSPs and whoever I needed. I don't get any access to anybody.
I've had an MP in my city that's been on Parliament for this city and for the county for 30 years. I've met him once. He's refused to meet me at other times for appointment.
I've only ever needed to seek. Hang on, I'm getting feedback from somewhere. I've only ever needed to speak to an MP about a situation once. Okay, I spoke to my local MP here, and they said they couldn't get involved because the situation was happening in another area. Okay, and when I spoke to the MP of that area, they said they couldn't get involved because I lived in a different area.
Yep, that's the way they do it. Roundabouts.
Fuck you then.
You just keep going round a loop. That's all they do is a loop. So that's the thing. They are hired by us. They should be able to be fired by us.
Yeah.
I wrote to my local MP about 10 years ago to reapply for my driving licence. I had to voluntarily surrender it on account of the fact I crashed my van on 2 consecutive days. First time I didn't realise I'd done it. The second time, so it was witnessed by 2 electricians. I didn't know I'd done it. I was suffering from non-epileptic attack disorder or dissociation seizures. I was seizure-free for 2 years. I had the neurologist do MRI scans and CAT scans on my brain. They were inconclusive. They referred me to a psychologist. She put me on the straight and narrow. But for 2 years, I didn't have a driving licence. Imagine being a plumber that doesn't have a driving licence. I wrote to my local MP. I said, look, wrong one. DVLA are dragging the heels. I've recently applied for a new job. If I don't get me, I've been given the job. I've come clean with my prospective employer. He said, you've got to get your driving licence back or I'll be giving your job to the second best candidate. I wrote to the MP. They put a rocket up the arse of DVLA and I got my driving licence back. After voluntarily surrendering it, 2 days later, and I lost the job. Now, he's a Labour MP and he came through for me, but that's just one example and it's personal to me, so I can't speak for everybody else.
Yeah. They are supposed to help the individual like us, every single person who lives in this country. They are employed by us. It's our taxes that pay for their wages. That's what they forget.
I think MPs' names have come up before in chat, haven't they? Like a few months ago, perhaps. And I think it was God, I don't know. Maybe it was you that told me who it was. Loafer.
I can't remember. I struggle to remember what I did fucking yesterday.
No, reminder, Dan, have you contacted British Rail?
No. See, I fucking forgot.
I'll be ringing you tomorrow then in the afternoon, all right, mate?
Right, okay.
Go for it together.
There is somebody in the back here, Kirky Bally. I can't let you on unless I see your camera. I need to. I won't let you on if you don't want to be on stage, so to speak, on camera. That's fine. I won't put you on, but I need to see you whilst you're sitting in the back room there.
Ow! 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 Ow!
I'm going to go get a break for a moment.
All right,
no worries.
That'll be 2 minutes. I need to go for a slash myself.
Yeah.
Aye.
No worries.
No, I just need some to calm me down.
Who's a hateful turf, Luna X? Who's a hateful turf? I can't.
That must be me.
Why? What have you said?
I don't know. I'm just look like a hateful turf.
Are they going to answer? Well, come on then, Luna X. If you've got something to say and point the finger at somebody, point it.
Come on, point it.
But be careful who you point it out, because don't forget, a lot of us have got our fingers on the button in here. You're not answering. Why?
Yeah, right.
Got no balls?
Well, that's very transphobic. That is.
Only if you take it out of context. Tina. Yeah. Okay then.
I'm a turf.
Explain yourself.
Oh, I see. Because you say human biological woman on your thing.
Right. Can I answer that, Dan? Can I answer
By all
that
means.
question?
By all means.
Okay. So I am a human biological female. If you don't like it, you can kiss my fucking ass.
And then you can look for yourself. What you're doing it.
What I don't understand is why people are so worried about what other people want to have their own beliefs and stuff like that.
I can answer that, Jack.
Not you. I'm just saying. Whoever they are, what's it got to do with them? You know, like.
Right. The new woke world is they are allowed to call themselves what they want. When we give our opinion, it's not validated. We're in the wrong.
Oh yeah, it's like the 100 gender thing. You know, People are allowed to say what they want. You know, cisgendered man. No, I'm not a cisgendered man. I'm a man.
There's no such thing as cisgendered.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen. Let me put it this way: the dictionary definition of TERF: a person whose views on gender identity are considered hostile to transgender people. First of all, considered hostile to transgender people doesn't mean that they are hostile to transgender people, or who opposes social and political policies designed to be inclusive. Saying that you yourself are a human female is not uninclusive of other people. You're talking about yourself, not other people. So,
what does it say with 100 different things they brought? Sorry, Roger. What different things they brought in? What does it say about the
coming from background noise from somebody's microphone?
I don't know whose.
I'll unmute it, but it shouldn't do. Mine's working all right, I think.
Right, is it me? I'll mute.
I should be able to call myself what I want. That's what the law's saying about these new changes of 100 different genders. It shouldn't offend anybody else. It's my choice. I still got the freedom of speech and thought.
I'm a fat cripple. And I'm bald. I'm a bald fat cripple. There we go. I've just upset three lots of people.
There you go. I'm a cunt.
I'm all the above, but older.
But Jack is right in what he says. These people take so much offence.
The thing is, they worry about too much what other people. They worry about other people's lives rather than their own. They don't focus on their life. They focus on other people, and because their views aren't the same, because other people's views aren't the same as theirs, they want to attack them for it.
Yes, I mean, but I can explain to Luna. I am not a transgender folk. When my children were teenagers, I've been around gay and lesbian people all my life, transgenders. There's a lovely lady I got to know well. I'm not going to say her name again, but I called her into my house to talk to my 2 teenage children about her transition and how she went through the process. She was more than happy to sit and explain to my children the different genders that were available at that time. She took them through what happened with her life, how she felt, and how she transformed herself into a woman. That's how she described herself, a woman, okay? But she did that when my kids were younger.
Tina.
What?
So this person spent time explaining to your children about the different genders and stuff, yeah?
Yes.
It must have taken fucking weeks.
Not now. This was years ago, Dan. There was only a couple back then. My daughter was 12. She's now 37. My son's coming up 40. He was 14. So I brought my children up to understand that you are allowed to be exactly what you want to be. It is your choice.
Agreed.
No one can define that for you. So coming out and saying I'm against people, up yours.
I agree. As I said earlier, listen, people should be able to live their life how they want to live it, provided it doesn't negatively impact on other people's lives. Yeah. Other than that, do what the fuck you like.
Yes.
Yes, Fluke.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something on this. Oh God.
Subject.
Yeah, subject. I think is probably the appropriate word. It's like I can identify myself as an elephant. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make me an elephant. Yeah. Right? I can identify as a monkey. It doesn't make me a monkey. Do you know what I mean? I can identify as a man.
Doesn't make you a man.
I identify as an arsehole because I know I am one.
Yeah. Just like I identify as a cunt.
Roger, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, Roger. I can identify as an arsehole because actually, most of the time, I am an arsehole, right?
I'm the same, mate. Believe me.
But, but what I'm saying,
it wouldn't have you another way.
My perspective is, at the end of the day, if you got 10 men, right, and 10 women, right.
Then you have an orgy. Sorry. Sorry, man. Sorry.
That's typical pap.
10 some.
Now, if you got 10 women and 10 men and you put them on an island and you go back there 10 years later, you'll have, you know, a civil community. You'll have boys, girls running around, and a complete community is what you would have. Now you put 10 men and 10 transgender women on the same island and go back 10 years later, you would find 20 skeletons.
Yeah, it's 100 years, Fluke. I saw that quote.
Yeah, I know that clip, Roger. It was 10 years, 100 years, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, if you go back there into that island after 10 years or 100 years is irrelevant. The point is you'll go back and find 10 fucking male skeletons is what you'll find.
Yeah.
Steve, when you said Fluke could talk glass eye to sleep, right? Are you talking about Crinkle?
That's once you've mentioned him.
Yeah, I won't mention him again.
It's like Beetlejuice. Don't say his name 3 times.
Who, Beetlejuice?
Yeah.
Sorry, who mentioned me? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was just Steve in the comments just said listen, nobody's going to like all of us. Nobody's going to like. Some people watch this and they don't like the things I talk about, and I could bore people sometimes. To be honest, comments like that really don't help, Steve. To be honest, and this is one of the issues that we have. What we're doing is we are finding reasons to attack other people all the time. You know, if we don't like something, if we're bored of it, go and watch something else for 10 minutes and then come back, or don't watch the channel at all, or just put up with it for 10 minutes and then we can talk about something else. Or I'm not picking on you, Steve. I'm just saying it's those kind of comments where we attack other people because of something they've said or something they've done, which is exacerbating this problem of everybody being against each other more. You know. I understand, Steve. I understand, and you know, this is why I'm not kicking you or anything or timing you out or doing any of that stuff. I'm just pointing it out. I used that comment because I wanted to joke about the glass eye thing. But yeah, I think that we all need to. I'm guilty of this as well. I think we all need to think twice before we say something sometimes and think, well, actually, I could either say that or I could just keep it to myself and change the subject or do something else or watch something else. You know, just what I'm saying? I just think that it just makes...
Dan, Luna, if you can't see Lisa's messages, that means she's blocked you and hers won't show your messages.
Can I make a point?
Okay. That one or that one? Or that one? Go on. Right. Go on.
That one.
That one.
No, I was just going to revisit a point, and I don't want to dwell on it because I know your viewers probably don't want to dwell on it either. But the point is when you go back to a kind of civil society where people vote for this or vote for that and all the rest of it, it's like the point of government is they're just there to, you know, make sure the roads are fixed and make sure the bridges are okay and make sure, you know, they're just there to do that principal thing, you know. And if you had a situation where you don't have people that are constantly, you know, re-elected and re-elected and re-elected, like year after year after year, you know, then you've got a bunch of criminals basically just electing themselves or finding themselves being elected by a stupid bunch of fucking people who are re-electing these fucking criminals time after time after time. That's what you end up with. You know, that's what you end up with.
Sorry, some of you will understand that comment.
Yeah. So if you end up in a situation, if you end up with a situation whereby you've kind of you kind of realise what people are voting for, right? You're not voting for anything, and you end up in a situation where these people that should be just doing their fucking jobs are not doing their jobs, right? They are literally, just re-electing themselves to a certain degree, and people just go along with it and go, oh, well, he's a good politician, he's a good Labour candidate, he's a good Conservative candidate, and they just go along with it, It's just like, hang on, you've got to break from that, because the quicker you break from that, the quicker
if you come back, if this is a comeback, right? Maybe it's mine, but like I said before, I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
I was just about to say, if you want to come back, you'll have to scrape it off your mum's teeth.
Remember, Jack, you're playing with the big boys here, Jack.
Yes, I know.
Your depth and age group.
Yeah, if you want to come back, mate, you need to articulate it. Okay.
I think we're teaching Jack too many bad habits.
I know. I think he's a bit young to be on this panel nowadays, isn't he? I think.
We need one of them bleep buttons that Simon's got.
So, there was a question. I'm sure there was a question I was looking at a little while ago, and I fucking lost it again. Let's see if I can find it.
Fucking hell, Pat, you're rubbish.
Oh shit!
Fuck! I just heard something. I just heard somebody talking here.
Huh?
I just heard somebody talking here.
It was me, Pap. I said you're fucking rubbish.
No. I heard somebody talk in here. I heard somebody talk.
Go and check. Make sure there's nobody in the house.
It was a woman's voice, and it wasn't coming through my headphones.
Well, don't let her leave. Don't let her leave, mate.
Hang on a minute.
Does that van look familiar? Is it that one, any chance?
I've got the lube. Come back.
You've had a ghostly visit.
That was fucking hell! It took my eye out then. That was
Do you know
fucking weird.
Do you know who the previous tenant was of the property? Did somebody die in the house?
Get Holly to come down to your house and she'll do a reading for you. She'll see if you got any ghosts.
Seriously, I heard. Did anybody hear anything come through the microphone?
No, genuinely no.
What'd she say?
I don't know. It was muffled. That's why I know it wasn't through the headphones. It was
There is a lot
muffled.
of bleed over on the stream from somebody's microphone.
No,
if it was muffled, it was probably because she had a cock in her mouth or something.
Could be. Hang on. Let me just check under the desk.
No, you'd hear the slurping if there was anybody under there.
No, she's behind you.
100% didn't come through the headphones, because I would have, even muffled, I'd have known it would come through the headphones.
You had a ghostly spirit visit you.
She's behind you.
I'll be up. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be in a bit.
Milk and tissue.
Slash and Burn said they heard it. And
get the bed ready.
Probably had a political visitor. Is probably what you had.
That was properly weird. That's why I done that so quick. I was like, what the fuck?
People think it's not normal though, Dan, but it is. My father-in-law was a military man, Royal Marine. He died in 88, but every birthday at the top of my stairs, I can smell Old Spice on his birthday. I can smell Mum's perfume as well. Out into the basement.
Clearly, I forgot to take your phone off of you, and I haven't tied you up properly. So.
Or is it Tiffany that gives you the spanking?
That would be telling.
They take turns.
It was definitely. Well, yes, actually, you are quite right there, bearded veteran. He said, "Are you sure it was a woman's voice? You can never be too careful these days." Does that mean you're a turf? Bearded vet, the turf. Wow, that was peculiar.
Well, we've had
Yes,
stranger
Fluke.
things happening here, haven't we?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes.
It's like the TV show, Stranger Things.
Sorry, mate. I didn't want to butt in, but I wanted to say something that was kind of pertinent to what's going on in the world, and people always ask me, "What's your solution to the problem? What's your solution to the problem?" And there isn't a one solution to the problem. So people need to get their mindset out of that fucking paradigm. Do you know what I mean? Because if you look on a basic privilege, if you look on a basic paradigm, right, a basic way of looking at life, right. Say you live on Smith Street and I live on Jones Street, right? Everyone on Smith Street, none of them have guns, for argument's sake, right? And everyone on Jones Street has guns, and they're all trained on how to use those guns. Now, if you've got a criminal who's got an illegal gun, right, which street do you think he's going to fucking go to? He's going to go to Smith Street because he knows nobody carries guns on Smith Street.
No, I think we'd live on the other street to blend in.
Right? No. Right? So he goes to Smith Street because he's an illegal gun carrier, right? He doesn't have a right to carry a gun. He's got an illegal weapon, right? And he's going to go and attack people that have got no defense whatsoever, right? So he's going to go to Smith Street and fucking rob those places, right? Well, now, if that illegal gun carrier went to Jones Street, right? No, do you think that he would go there knowing that everybody in Jones Street fucking carried weapons and they've all armed and they're all trained to fucking fire a weapon, right? You know, and which street do you think he's going to attack? Which street do you think he's going to attack? He's going to attack the fucking lamest fucking street with the least defense. Is what he's going to attack.
But then he'd have to survey every single house because he wouldn't be able to just know that off by heart, would he?
It would make more sense if he lived in the same area where everybody owned guns, because he would blend in. Everybody's used to seeing guns. But if he's going to attack people, he would then go to the other street, attack them, then go back to his house.
Can I ask? Can I ask?
You can't unpack that.
You're missing the point. The point is
you can't unpack that.
The fact that the criminal, right, has got an illegal weapon. Who is he going to attack? He's going to attack Smith Street because he knows nobody there's got guns. He's not going to attack Jones Street because he knows everybody in Jones Street's got a weapon. And what are you going to do?
Well,
listen, right? There's a point here. Right? If you go to Illinois in that county, right? In the county of Illinois has the most strictest gun regulations in America, right? Now, on top of that, which county in America, the whole of America, has got the most fucking gun control regulations? Illinois, right? On top of that, which county in the whole of America has got the most fucking gun violence in America?
Los Angeles,
Illinois.
maybe? Oh, okay.
Illinois. Because the bottom line is fucking criminals don't follow the law. It's as simple as that.
Can I just ask a question? This guy with the illegal firearms doesn't come from Sesame Street, does he?
Yeah, I saw that comment.
Listen, right, listen, right. I need to go for a piss. I will be back in a minute. But can we please, when I come back, can we be talking about something a little bit more upbeat, a little bit more lighthearted? Because it's been, you know, don't get me wrong.
Maybe you could play your cards right.
I could do that.
It's nearly midnight anyway, Dan.
It is getting late, but it's what was I going to say? Oh fucking hell! I can't remember. I'll be back in a minute.
You're going for a piss, is what you're going to say.
No, the point I was just trying to make is it would make more sense, right? If you said he had a choice to either live in this street or that street, it would make more sense if he chose to live in the street where all the gun owners were, to blend in.
Yeah.
Because if they're going to have their houses searched, his isn't going to be the only fucking house that's got a gun in it, with every fucking else, isn't he?
No,
that's we could live in the street with the guns, go to the street without the guns, attack somebody, and then go back home.
As we said before, DJ.
Sonic, I think you're missing the point. The point is if everybody in Jones Street has a gun and they're trained to use that gun, right? And you're a criminal, for argument's sake, and you go down Jones Street, you got two choices. You go down Smith Street, right, and use your gun, right, and rob people, or you go down Jones Street and fucking find yourself with a gun pointed at your head.
That's the thing. You can live where all the guns are, but you go and commit your atrocities somewhere else where there's no guns. Then go back home and you'd finish.
There you go.
So, hence the point.
So if you're a criminal, then you go down Smith Street where there's nobody with any guns.
But that's not going to dictate where you live, though, is it?
Right.
That's not going to dictate where you live.
No.
It's not about where you live.
It's where you commit. Where you commit an offence.
Sonic, Luke, shut up a minute, please. Jack, I'm just going to try something here. Jack, can you just say one sentence, please? Anything will do.
I'm an amazing person.
Right, okay. No, yours is fine. Sonic, can you say something?
Blah, 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 blah. Testies,
yours is fine. Gabby, can you say something, please?
Hello and good evening.
Okay, you're fine. Loafer, can you do it?
Rights aren't rights if your government can just take them away.
Right, okay, fine. Tina?
Hello, it's me.
Yep. Saul?
I like guns.
Right. Fluke? Just say something. No, I think the bleed over's coming from you, Fluke.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Can I repeat again what I said before when we were talking, Roger, about the knife and the weapons that we had when we were younger? You didn't have street violence.
Sorry, Jean, it's yours is doing it as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
You sure?
I'm sure it is. Is anybody hearing an echo or anything when I'm speaking? Just
I'm hearing a bit. I'm hearing a bit of an echo whenever someone speaks. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been hearing it all evening in here.
I'm not sure if it's fine.
Roger, I can't hear an echo from anybody else.
I heard that
I'm hearing it. Dan was hearing it. Jack's just said he's been hearing it.
Yeah, I'm hearing it now. To be honest, I haven't really noticed. Now that I'm noticing it now, I hear it more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, mate.
It's like Roger, somebody's got two microphones on.
Yeah, I've only got one, so
sorry, Fluke. I didn't mean to interject there. I was just trying to sort this echo out. That's all.
No, I can't hear an echo from anybody else. So I don't know if it's me or you or Pap or whoever it is, but I can't hear an echo from anybody else.
I was just making a simple point that only an idiot would shit in his doorstep.
Exactly.
But if you look at the problems today with weapons, right? We know the laws around the size of the blade when you're outside.
And anyway, right? I'm just going to talk about the facts. Each weapon's assigned as a fingerprint. When I say a fingerprint, I mean it's like the measurement, the drilling, everything matches. It's like I've got a serial number. It matches. So if you're assigned a weapon and a bullet comes off that, they're going to get you. But the problem is like there's so many guns out there that you know, but that's what it's going to be like in Europe very soon. I'm afraid.
Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Fluke.
Okay. Right, you've got three items. You've got a gun, you've got a knife, and you've got a hammer, right? Which of those three items are going to kill you first?
Either of them.
A gun.
Who said gun? Who said gun?
I did.
Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
People do, yeah. Huh.
Right, so I've got a gun, I've got a hammer.
That's no gun.
I know, it's an empty bog roll, but it was the nearest I could grab from my drawer. So you've got a gun, a knife, and a hammer. Which one is going to kill you first? Right? None of them are going to kill you. They're an inanimate object, right? A knife is an inanimate object. A gun is an inanimate object, and a fucking hammer is an inanimate object, right? The only fucking thing that either one of those could kill you is the person holding it. It's down to people.
That's what I just said. People kill people. Weapons don't.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Dan?
So it's quite simple. It's quite simple. It ain't fucking rocket science, right? It's like those three fucking things are on the floor, right? Which one's going to kill you? None of them are going to kill you. It's the person holding the hammer, the person holding the fucking knife, and the person holding the gun. They're the one that are going to kill you. Okay? Get your fucking head round it.
Can I ask a question, Dan?
By all means.
Did you say back along that police were checking people's flats? Remember that guy that was being arrested that was thrown to the floor? And they said that they found knives, cooking knives that they found as a weapon, a hammer as a weapon, and screwdrivers. Anything in your house could be treated by the police.
Pretty much now, yeah, pretty much.
God, man, Christ, what have I got here?
Oh, I know. So
I think the way it's going to go, right? I think the way it's going to go is if the police come to your house for any reason and you've got a hammer laying on the side, but there's no evidence of you doing any fucking work, it's going to be a case of why is the hammer there? Why have you got that hammer out? Is that to use against somebody when they come in? And that could be deemed as an offensive weapon at that point because it's not being used for its intended purpose. The same as if you're walking down the street, for example, and you've got something like, you know, the knives that we're talking about, you know, if you're I don't know, if you're a Sparky or a Chippy or whatever, and you're going from your van to a job and you've got some stuff in your pocket and you get stopped, you've got a legitimate reason for having it. And if you just go into the shop and you're carrying it, then it could be deemed as being having an offensive weapon. I think that might be the kind of fucking direction that they're going in there. See anything in your house that is out of context, that can be used. Again, they're not going to get a conviction on it, but it's a way to punish people. It's a way to fucking nick people and do all that shit that they love to do when they're bored.
License, right?
The point is they try to criminalize whatever you do. That's the point.
You got a license for that frying pan.
Everything is about criminalizing people.
Yeah,
you can criminalize me for having a knife or a gun or
an opinion.
Or an opinion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, but this is
and that's the point. That's the point.
Hang on, what's he got there?
Head round is
acid attacks. What about them?
Well, if
I had to say, I want some drain acid. They said, well, you're a regular guy here, loafer. We'll sell it you. But if you were somebody off the street, we wouldn't sell it to you. I've got a knife and I've got a bloody blowtorch. So what do you think? I regularly go to work with these things and they're potentially deadly weapons. My brother's got a...
It comes down to the intent.
But he lives in California, so go figure.
The intent only matters if it gets to court. That's the only time intent matters if it gets to court. Go on.
The point is intent in the first place, right? If I've got a fucking gun here, I can protect Pap from being attacked. If I've got a knife here, I can protect Pap from being attacked. If I've got a fucking, a fucking club hammer, I can protect Pap from being attacked.
Unless you're the one attacking me.
Hang on a sec.
As long as you know how to use it.
I could use all of those weapons.
About the advanced knowledge on that one.
I could use all of those weapons to attack Pap in the first place. I could attack him with a gun, I could attack him with a knife, and I could attack him with a fucking baseball bat. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, any one of those weapons could be used for defense or attack. It's down to the person who's using that weapon. That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's why I said intent doesn't make a difference until it goes to court. The police aren't interested. Police don't give a fuck about the intent. If you're carrying something, they don't give a fuck. They'll nick you anyway, okay? Because it gives them something to do and it helps them with their fucking statistics when they report to the Home Office. Most of them won't get to court, and if they do, some of them will get thrown out, and some of them they won't be able to talk their way out of it.
You were talking about America before, and
go on.
Yes, Harry, you do here because you have to vilify yourself of why you used it.
There was a kid, right, that murdered his grandmother, right? Some woman, an old woman, like with a spatula, right?
Attacked her. No, broke into a house.
Broke into the house
and attacked a 98-year-old man and a 97-year-old woman, and the man died from his injuries. It was a fucking spatula.
Well, you can. I mean, I could kill somebody with this pack of cards. Believe it or not, if I smash them enough fucking times in the face like that until they're fucking dead, everything's a weapon.
This is the point. The point is, it doesn't matter whether it's a fucking gun or a fucking knife or a fucking baseball bat. It doesn't matter. The point is, anything can be used as a weapon. I can use this fucking, here's a plate. There you go. I can smash your fucking head with a plate, right? It's not about that. It's about whether or not you have the right to defend yourself, right? Because if somebody attacks me with a fucking gun and all I've got is a fucking saucer, then that's the only thing I've got to protect myself with, And it's the same thing with anything else. People have got to get this. Forget this bullshit crap about fucking guns and all the rest of it. It's not about attacking people. Because if I'm sitting in a room with Roger and Pap and this young lady here and Tina and Sal, what am I going to do? I'm not going to attack you. You know what I mean? Even if you fucking was rude to me or whatever, what am I going to do? I'm not going to fucking start whacking you over the head with a fucking baseball bat. You know what I mean? I'm not going to do it because I'm a decent fucking person. And anybody else in the fucking street is a decent person. Do you know what I mean? The vast majority of people are decent people. They're not going to do that. So don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean?
Sonic, sorry.
You're worrying about shit that ain't going to fucking happen. Do you know what I mean?
First of all, good comment, father, son, brother, uncle, friend. Secondly, Sonic, if you're arrested, you must provide your details. Not necessarily. You remember, you still have the right to remain silent. Okay, at any point, the police can only hold you for 24 hours. Okay, unless it's a very serious offence or a terrorist thing. Okay, if it's a wank offence that they've picked you up for, the chances are after 24 hours they're going to have to just let you go without finding out who you are. Yes, there's legislation that says you must provide your details, i.e. Section 50 of the Police Reform Act, which I know all too well. With that, I wouldn't have given my details, and I didn't. That's why I got arrested.
I was under the impression that obviously you don't have to provide your details if I can't ask you.
No, they can't force you.
But if you're arrested, then you have to fucking give
No,
them. Certain pigs will threaten to arrest you
Yes.
for not providing details, which
Yes.
is obviously unlawful.
No, well, no, not necessarily. They've got Section 50 of the Police Reform Act, okay, which is if you're believed to have been causing a fucking public nuisance, then you are obliged to give your details under threat of arrest.
No.
If you,
I'll tell you what. I'll be honest with you, mate. Section 50 requires you to answer questions from the police, and you don't have to answer their questions. It's that simple.
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm getting at.
There you go. What you can do is the police can arrest you for any offence they want, right? And they have to. The only thing they can do is arrest you and put you in you know, the jail, whatever it is, right? On the basis that you don't have to give them your identification. They can book you in as unknown.
And this is what I was getting at. The only time they can forcibly take anything to identify you is if it is a major crime or a terrorist thing, okay? And at which point they can go to a court and they can get a court to produce a warrant in order for them to forcibly take DNA or fingerprints or whatever, and then they can try and find out who you are that way. Okay, that's the only way they can really do it. If you shut up and don't
come under the Biological Evidence Act or something like that.
If you shut up and don't say anything for the 24 hours that you are in there, okay, you don't even have to leave your cell. When they say you're going for an interview, you go, no, I'm not, I'm staying here. Now they either have to bring the recorder to the cell or not interview you. They cannot force you to go into an interview, okay? Cannot. And therefore, they cannot force you to say anything, even your name, date of birth, address, or anything like that, unless it is a major serious crime. They can get a court to issue a warrant, in which case they can take DNA or fingerprints by force to identify who you are.
Okay. So on top of that, if the court, say for argument's sake, you got arrested for whatever, right? If the court issues a court summons, right, to get you to, give you a criminal fucking offence, and you have to bullshit. It doesn't happen, mate. It doesn't happen like that. They can't fucking they can't fucking get your information just because they've issued a court summons.
They can forcibly. They can listen. They can't get you to give your details. They can't get you to verbalize
That's what I'm trying to say.
But this is why I said you can say nothing, but they can get a warrant to forcibly take DNA or fingerprints, which they can then use to identify you. If you're not in their system, they can't identify you, and eventually they've got to let you go.
They can't forcibly take.
They can. They can. I'm sorry. They can, mate. They can. I'm sorry.
What was that?
They can.
What was that case, Dan, where they broke the guy's fingers because he wouldn't give his fingerprints? They broke his fingers. That got taken to court.
I can't remember. I can't remember, but a court is the only thing, is really the only fucking establishment, or whatever you want to call it, that can allow your rights to be breached. Unfortunately, right? This is the way. This is the way.
Rights, do you?
This is the way it's set up, though, Fluke. This is the way it's set up.
What I'm saying to you, it's like the whole point of this is the fact that you don't have any rights, because if you have any rights whatsoever, then why would a court be able to breach that right? If you don't have any rights in the first place.
You do have rights, but like perhaps I've been trying to say, it was a more serious crime. They have that right to go to court to get a judge's order.
No, they don't. Stop talking about rights. The point about this is the fact that if you had personal rights, run by the law, you had the right to remain silent. You had the right to do whatever you want to do. Why would it be that the fucking court can turn around and just say, no, you don't have those rights? Because if you don't have those rights, you never had them in the first place, and they've got the right to take it away from you.
What you're saying is they've captured a terrorist. They know, they believe they're a terrorist. They've got intel, and that terrorist refused to speak, but they need to find out who this guy is and what they're affiliated to. It's a court's role in that particular case to get that ID for safety.
The police can't breach his rights.
I tell you what, I'm not being funny, Tina, but I've been arrested under the Terrorism Act. Okay.
But they knew you weren't a terrorist. They knew you weren't a terrorist, though. That's the difference.
Taking pictures in a public place. Is that fucking grounds for arresting me under fucking terrorism?
No, it's not. But if it went to a court, a judge would never give that, and the judge would never give the authority.
The point is, why did the police de-arrest me and let me go?
Because they breached your rights in the first place.
They never had the fucking grounds.
You've got to realise, Fluke, that it's pure harassment. They know they haven't got grounds. It's pure harassment.
You've got to remember, they will know people are not guilty of stuff, but they will arrest them for it anyway. We know that.
Right. So what I'm saying is, and I'm saying this to Tina, and I don't mean to be rude, Tina, because I love you to pieces. I think you're a lovely lady, and you've got, so much information and knowledge that you want to share with people, and I'm so open to that. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, what happened to me in Kent, right, was bullshit.
Yeah.
They do it to a lot of auditors. Where they will arrest you under the Terrorism Act and then de-arrest you. That's only done for targets, Luke. That's targets.
And all they wanted, these stupid motherfuckers, all they wanted was my fucking ID.
Yes.
And I don't have to give my fucking ID. And I fucking berated them, and I fucking told them, I'm not giving you my ID. I'm not giving you I spent 2.5 hours in handcuffs for not giving my ID. For no other criminal offence whatsoever.
You're absolutely right. But this is what I'm saying. They will try and frighten you to give them ID. That's why they use the terrorist act, because they want, which is exactly the right thing to do. Okay, but the difference is they knew you weren't a terrorist, and if it went to a court to say he hasn't given us his details, can you give us a warrant? They will say, the court will say, what's the evidence? And they'll look at it and they'll go, fuck off, mate. And they will not give a warrant, an order to forcibly take your DNA or fingerprints, because no judge will fucking do that.
Dan, sorry, just to make you aware, I think Holly was trying to get your attention on the side chat.
Yeah, Holly, just I've seen your message. Just leave it for now. We'll deal with it later. It's getting late, and I'm gonna have to get off shortly. So leave it for now, and we'll see how it plays out.
Can I just answer that,
I'm going to say something quickly.
Luke, if you wait a minute, please, okay?
Is that
wait for a minute. In my younger days, I supported a lot of young offenders. I would do youth involvement. If a child under the age of 18, I'd attend the police station. I got myself quite a reputation with that because I was a tough cookie against the police. No way are you interviewing a 14-year-old child without me. Okay, that was the way it went. I used to get picked up for random stuff. The sergeant in the custody suite, you will tell me who you are and all of your details. And I used to do that. No, my solicitor's on their way. I'm saying nothing from this moment forward. And I would sit for hours in a cell, sometimes 10 minutes. They never got my ID once.
Yeah. And I would have done, as I said, I would have done the same thing when I was picked up. What started this channel, when they picked me up on Section 50, the only reason I had to forfeit was because I had 2 dogs here and I couldn't leave them for 24 hours. Yeah. If I didn't have the dogs, I'd have sat there, I'd have gone to sleep like I did in London when I got nicked. I went in the fucking cell, got my nut down, and just slept the whole fucking time. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then eventually they've got to let you go.
They do. Because my solicitor taught me from day one, unless they're going to charge you with a crime, they cannot get that information from you. So if they're just going to give you an interview and let you go, just no comment, wait till I turn up and go home. And that's what I did. And I had a bloody good solicitor, by the way. He turned out to be an MP, so it's quite good. But I was lucky. But it was only because they opposed the work I was doing to help young people understand their rights in law, to protect themselves. That's the only reason they went after me. I didn't even know police. I got quite popular with the local police. They turned and said, "Oh, Tina again, we'll just bring her in. Night and day, just turning up. We're going to arrest you again." For what this time? it's like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Out in the street, just picked up, put in the back of a van. So right now you can drop me home. So I'm not walking. So yeah, became a bit of a joke.
Sorry, Tina.
And I just want to show Sonic. Sonic, that's the size of a 2 terabyte hard drive.
All right, cool.
I'll put that in the box here.
Nice one. I say once I get it, I'll put all that stuff on it for you and send it back.
No worries.
I remember that episode, Pat. You were arrested. It was a guy desecrated statue. BBC, wasn't it?
In London, yeah.
And yet people were free to desecrate whatever you think about in Winston Churchill. They were free to desecrate that statue, but they weren't arrested.
Yeah.
That's hypocrisy to me. Regardless of what you think about Winston Churchill, it smacks of hypocrisy, and it's not fair.
Well, considering they said it was such a high profile case at the time, and it's now been fucking 14, 15 months since they fucking nicked me, and I've heard nothing from them. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Have you got your phone back yet?
No, I got some other stuff back, but they've kept all of my memory cards, and they've kept my phone. But
that's way too long.
I can't even get in touch with a fucking solicitor at the moment. I'm not getting anywhere with them, so I've got to literally apply to the magistrates' court under the Police Property Act, and get them to tell them to give it back. So
yeah, because if they haven't got it and they say they've destroyed it, then you can sue them for damages for the equipment.
Yeah,
get on your brief.
So,
I don't need a fucking brief at the moment, to be honest. I got one initially because they took all my shit and they've given most of it back. I've got, they've got the memory cards and the phone still. The phone I can deal with, go to magistrates court under the Police Property Act. Should be able to get a judge to tell them to give it back. They've had it long enough that, it doesn't take this. It doesn't take fucking 15, 16 months to look at a couple of hours worth of footage on a fucking memory card and to look at the phone, so fuck them.
I love the police station staff when they do the search, and it's like, oh, one of them said one night, we're going to do a strip search for what? Drugs. You do that and I'll sue your fucking ass. I'm not taking off my clothes, and you better not try and take it off, because I'll fight. I said, there's no way you're taking my fucking clothes off. Absolutely not. Oh, we're going to do this. No, you're not. My solicitor's on his way, so you can ask him about drugs. I don't do drugs, so no, you're not touching me. Absolutely not. The sergeants used to go purple. You have to do what I tell you. No, I don't. Has he got another voice there, Dan?
What's he up to?
I don't know. He looked around.
I hear a lot of rustling about. I think he's trying to hide evidence or some shit.
He looked around some. I'm still worried he's got a ghost in the house. So there you go.
Could be a poltergeist.
Yeah, that little drive we put in with the camera. I'm getting the parcel service to pick it up tomorrow. All right? Thank you, Tiff and Holly. They should be sent off tomorrow. I should be able to give you a number.
Well, guys, to be honest, and I hate to say this, but because we've got like really high numbers still, we've got 167 people watching at the moment. But because of the last few days, heading down to Weston-super-Mare, spending some time with the Rev and whatnot, I am wiped out, and I am going to have to start wrapping this up now, I'm afraid. But I want to.
That's okay.
Want to thank everybody for joining me so far this tonight. It's been quite an interesting one. We've covered lots of different subjects. We've not really had any issues. Had nobody being dicks really in the comments. Couple of silly comments from people, but we've not had any kickoffs or anything like that, which is
no. Well, we've been keeping
nice.
a close eye on it. You might not even have seen some of the comments that come up that we got rid of.
Well, I appreciate you guys anyway. I do as mods. So thank you all.
Thank you, Dan, for doing tonight. All right. So I'll say good night to everybody. Take it easy.
Good night.
No worries, Tina.
Right.
I'll say good night as well.
See you
Good
later,
night,
Tina.
everybody. Thank you for having me on.
No worries, Gabby.
So
Good
take
night.
care,
See you
everyone. Good
later.
night.
Good night, Gabby.
Good night.
Good night,
I'm
Jack.
going to go as
Take
well.
it easy,
So
mate.
take care.
No worries. You look after
Can I
yourself, mate.
Can I just finish with something?
Go on. Go on, Fluke, if you need to finish. Are you on a vinegar stroke?
Sorry. No, I didn't.
Go
I want to finish on something that was kind of important. Going back to the barracks audit, right? So we're going back there, and then there was 2 fucking pillars, right? Who was on I don't know what it was like, the fucking, you know, what was it? Fucking whatever it was.
He was having a stroke for a minute there, Fluke.
Yeah. So, and they were talking about this shit, and I was like, well, hang on a minute, you know, and they was like, yeah, oh, you could have been arrested under the Espionage Act, you know, and it's like, hang on a minute, you fucking pillock. How do you get arrested under the Espionage Act? Do you know what I mean? Do you know the fucking absolute fucking critical fucking way that you could be arrested under the Espionage Act? You've got to be really fucking critical. You know, they've got to be really critical to arrest you under the Espionage Act. What a load of bullshit, right?
Look, they're supposed to be critical over everything that they fucking arrest us for, but we know this is the problem. As I said, we know that they don't give a shit because they're not held accountable for it. If it doesn't go to court, then they're not held accountable for it in most cases because no fucker follows it up.
But that was the point. The point was the only people that can hold you on the Espionage Act is the MI5. MI5 needs to have a serious amount of fucking evidence to hold you under the Espionage Act.
Yeah.
So somebody on Reddit, all that bullshit, do you know what I mean? Accusing me of being a criminal on the basis of the Espionage Act. This is how dumb.
Oh.
This is how dumb people are.
Yeah.
You can't even reciprocate. You know, I even messaged these blokes back and said to them, you have got no clue whatsoever what is needed under the Espionage Act to fucking charge me under that act, right? Because there is no act. There's no act that says that. I mean, the amount of fucking evidence you need to have to charge somebody under the Espionage Act is fucking phenomenal. Absolutely fucking phenomenal.
Right. Okay, then can we let Dan go to bed now then, please, people?
Again, thank you for joining us this evening, guys, on the panel. Thank you for those who have been on the panel and have left the panel. Thank you to everybody who is still watching in chat. It's been an enjoyable evening. We've covered lots of different topics tonight. I've had a great fucking great viewing tonight, up to nearly 200 people at one point. So, you know, massive respect to people. I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We'll find out. I suppose we'll find out next. We'll find out next week if we get similar numbers, whether people enjoyed it or not. But
maybe we can get some of the newcomers up on the stream on the panel.
Well, I did say that initially, didn't I? But nobody was about. Nobody wanted to come on. But you know, I'm going to this.
Can't we?
I'm going to hear from new people. If you've got things you want to share with us, by all means, you know, you're always welcome to come on. You'll be treated with respect. You know, we'll listen to what you've got to say, and we'll discuss. So feel free. With that being said, I'm getting the fuck out of here because that voice that I heard earlier, and I told her to go wait in the bedroom for me, is probably still waiting for me.
Hanging about anybody.
So I'm off ski. So good night, everybody. Good night,
I just wanted to say before we leave, I just wanted to say that everything I said on that fucking live stream, and Roger, and to you, and Pat, I much appreciated, and thanks for having me on, mate. I know I can be a bit of a difficult cunt, so
you're not the only one, so don't worry, mate. You're not. I don't mean that.
Don't ever sit there and tell me what I'm saying on the fucking live stream is wrong, because it is right.
Well, you know what you sound like now? You sound like eyes to see. Nobody's saying. Listen.
Oh, I want to go there.
Nobody's saying that what you believe is wrong. Sorry, nobody's saying that hang on a minute. Right, what you believe is right. Okay, but what we all believe, we all believe something slightly different. But when it comes to things that are not beliefs, i.e. the law is not based on beliefs. It's as such, it's based on what's written down, and this is what should and should not happen. So when I said, I don't know about if you're talking about anyone else, but when I said that you was wrong about that thing to do with the police, maybe we was misunderstanding each other, but they can, we'll talk about this another time, but they can force you to take your DNA if it's a serious enough crime and there's enough evidence that a judge believes that forcing you is the only way to move forward with it. But again, we'll talk about it another time. I've got to go, but appreciate you coming on anyway.
Dan,
guys. Take
care, mate.
Okay.
All right, so mate. Sol, good night. Loafer, good night. Sonic, good night. Fluke, good night. Roger, good night.
I mean, ma'am.
Night, Dan.
And good night. You're so quiet, Heather. I forgot you was there. Good night. Good night. Good night, Heather.
Do the rev, Dan. Do a rev.
And
Night.
Do